Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Hobby Night. I'm Angela, and today I've got a chill painting stream scheduled for us. I did a little bit more cleanup on the dwarves that I cleaned up and primed last time. I have re-primed a few of them. There's a couple that I still need to do a little bit more touch up on because I ended up scraping off some of my primer in part of my cleanup, but that's what we're gonna start with today, and then we're gonna start getting some color on these beautiful dwarves. How is everybody doing? Are you guys well? I know it's been a day since I saw you last. I have fully recovered from the pepper, thankfully. And I did check, actually, about 10 minutes ago outside to see if there were any other peppers available for me to kill myself with, and there were not. So I'm sorry, everybody. There will be no peppers on this stream. The other big Thai red chili peppers are not fully ripened yet. They haven't fully turned, and neither have my pinatas. Although some of them have almost gone completely yellow, which I do think I could harvest them at that point and get a milder heat out of them, but I'm going for the hot stuff. So I'm gonna wait until they're red. I'm doing quite well, Toy Painter. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing quite well as well. They were my own peppers, my own chilies. Oh, no. Honestly, I absolutely loved it. It was a great event. I'm really glad that we did that last time. Super, super fun. Also, I wanted to let everybody know, especially those of you who are in chat already, who are members, YouTube members, you guys should now have access to the Discord. We got that set up after the last stream. I've seen a couple of you in there already, but in case you haven't checked or anything, you should have access to the Discord now. Huzzah!
And a reminder that if you've ever thought about being a member, you can now join and be a member of the Discord, because I know some people don't like Patreon.
Yes, exactly. So if you've ever wanted to support the channel, but also get access to the Discord, but you were like, man, I can't do that as a member, well, now you can. So there you go. Glad we got that figured out. I knew there had to be a way, I just hadn't researched it well enough, obviously, but we got it fixed now, so absolutely awesome. Will I do some other horror game lives in the future? I definitely would like to, Swaggo.
Some in October.
Yeah, I think definitely in October we'll have some horror games that will be happening. Almost definitely. I don't know which ones currently, because I do think I thought there was like a horror game coming out in October, but now I can't remember specifically. Like
Silent Hill F.
That's right, the new Silent Hill is supposed to be coming out. So yeah, I'll probably check that out. And if not, I have wanted and thought about recently doing a replay through of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline. I know it's ancient and it would take a little bit of effort to get running.
Yeah, Silent Hill F comes out later this month.
Oh, okay, Silent Hill F is out later this month. Awesome, so I'll probably start that and maybe play through it through the holiday season. But like I was saying, Masquerade, not the new one, because I just...
Oh, we're gonna play that.
Oh God.
We're gonna play that, and I'm gonna be angry.
I'm gonna hate play that game.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy that hate play, actually.
I'm good. It's work.
It is work.
That's how I see it.
Yeah, but I normally get to choose whether or not I do the unenjoyable things in work.
Not this time.
Oh God, it's gonna be so bad. I am not looking forward to it, genuinely. I'm just not.
Yeah, Silent Hill is out in like 3 weeks.
Yeah, so I'll definitely be probably checking that out on the channel when it comes out. That's my anticipation. HR 777 modeling is something you used to do a lot when you were a teenager. It is a very cool hobby. I would encourage you to try it again now. I find it very relaxing and gives me something like to look forward to as an activity. Which I know, especially when I was working like a more normal like retail job before I did YouTube and content creation full time, like that was a really nice getaway from the bog down of that sort of unfulfilling job at the time. Not the board game one. That one was pretty fulfilling, but the game store or the like some of my other retail jobs.
The framing store.
Yeah, the framing store. There was a lot about that one that was very not fulfilling. Yeah, you can absolutely send recommendations for horror games that you think we might like. Don't worry, Adam, you are not late at all. We just got started. I'm doing a little bit of a reprime on some of my dwarves because I did a little bit of an extra cleanup where I could see their mold lines a bit better to remove some of them after they'd been primed, so they just need a little refresher. We really haven't gotten into anything interesting quite yet, so you're good, sir. Hello, A. James. It's lovely to see you in chat. How you doing today? Hopefully well. Hopefully you're having a good time. Is anybody else working on any projects right now? Curious. I have loved seeing all of the new posts that we've gotten from our members on the Discord, by the way. So to those of you who have been sharing your projects and everything, please know that I love that kind of stuff. It really makes my day, so thank you. And I've been loving seeing it. You know, I definitely looked at Adamfall at one point. Chaos Cultist played it, and I watched him play it a little bit.
I played it to completion on launch.
That's right. I didn't watch it all the way through. Like, he definitely played portions of it when I wasn't around, which is not a problem.
It wasn't finished.
It didn't seem like it from what you were like. Is it more finished now, I wonder?
They've had some expansion updates, but honestly, in that genre, like after playing Aviotic Factor, I'm sort of in a, like, I need to stay away from immersive sims until Outer Worlds 2.
Yeah.
I'm going to judge everything against Aviotic.
Yeah, which I know, like, it's just really hard not to do because it's such a good immersive sim. And like the correct amount of like survival horror that I really like. Because it's not even really a horror game. There's definitely elements.
There's definitely times it is.
Oh yeah, no, there's
Security is horror.
Yeah, no, there are elements of horror in the game. I just wouldn't actually like. I think when I first started playing it, I really qualified it as a survival horror game, and horror should not be part of the main like descriptive term to describe the gameplay, because while there are horror elements and there's like an entire level that's sort of designed to really be like, all right, for those of you survival horror fans, here you go, here's the horror side of it, but the rest of it is like challenging, but it's definitely more like sci-fi mystery rather than like raw horror, if you get what I mean.
It's more SCP horror.
Yeah, it's more SCP horror, which I think like also just works for the vibe of the game for sure. Hello, Bad Rabbit. We're having a great evening so far. Hopefully you are as well. Hey James, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm so glad to hear that you're doing well as well. I have recovered from my pepper experience, Craig. Don't worry. And I checked, I don't have any more to kill myself with today on this stream. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's what you joined here for today, but it will not be happening. There are none ready for that kind of consumption. And honestly, by the time that the other ones are ready, there'll be more of them together, which means I can actually use them for a recipe. The main reason I like did that last time was, one, I stupidly didn't think that you guys would give me 10 subs so that, or 10 members so that I could destroy my mouth. And then I didn't expect you guys to gift another 50 of them so that I could do it again. You guys are awesome, thank you for that. Totally blew my expectations out of the water. I will be more careful about making those promises in the future. Lesson learned. But I had a follow-up to this and now I completely don't remember what it was. Clearly it wasn't that relevant. Hello, Bad Rabbit, it's lovely. I am undercoating, so I am re-priming a little bit with my brush because while I primed these originally last time we streamed with just my spray primer. I realized after I did that how horrible of a job I did on cleaning up a lot of the mold lines. There were some that were still incredibly visible, and honestly more visible once I put the primer on them, which is not uncommon. I actually have this occur all the time. I find that until I get some sort of paint on it, there are times where I literally cannot see the mold lines because it just blends in super well, especially on these Reaper Bones miniatures, which start off as being just a pure bright white, and it's really reflective. And so I don't actually always see the shapes of like people's faces or the mold lines, for example. So I did some additional cleanup off camera, and I'm repriming them because I scraped off some primer. So I just figured I'd give them another quick little coat. So that's what we're doing. This guy actually should be done, although I want to get the underside of his barrel a little bit because I don't actually know if I managed to get under there with my original prime job. So just to be extra safe, we'll do that. Get kind of up in between his legs with the same expectation of maybe I didn't hit that well enough the first time. But yeah, we're doing great. I think this is a random dwarf because I do not believe, and somebody in chat can absolutely correct me if I'm wrong, but I am almost certain that Reaper does not have any official rights to do any named D&D characters as miniatures. So I think
not from this run.
I think Reaper has worked with on a officially licensed capacity with Pathfinder, because I know that there is specifically a Pathfinder line of Bones miniatures.
Well, these miniatures are also decades-old sculpts, which may have been made for, you know, an unofficial adventure for 3rd edition D&D.
I 100% believe that, yeah.
Wild West with that kind of thing.
Yeah,
especially with the open gaming license.
Exactly, but yeah, because these ones were. But I'm pretty sure they don't have any officially named D&D characters. I know that also because Gale Force 9 does all of the high-end resin miniatures for D&D. They have the license for that stuff. That's why you see like that old GF9, like Strahd, for example, that comes in resin. He's one of them. Like they didn't, then they still do them. Like they at least up through 5th edition. I don't know if they're doing it for 5.5 or whatever it's called now.
2024. It's D&D 2024 is the official term.
That's so fucking dumb. Sorry, God, that's so dumb. Okay, yeah, D&D 2024.
So for example, when people were talking about what is Critical Role going to be next season? Will it be Daggerfall? Will it be 5th edition, or will it be 5th edition 2024? It was 5th edition 2024, but that's the way it is addressed for clarification reasons.
I see. Okay, so 5th edition 2024, so dumb. I don't know if they're still doing it for them, but I know through normal 5th edition, they were, Gale Force 9 did all the resin ones, and then WizKids has the license for basically all the other ones. Any pre-painted, any unpainted, as well as their like frames ones, because they do them on like sprue now, which I actually think is pretty cool. I think I got 1 or 2 of them. I don't remember if I've actually built them.
I don't think you have.
Yeah,
but they're over here. I'll check.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we have them around though somewhere. Yeah, I think he could be Bugman. Like he's probably meant to be like very similar but legally distinct from Bugman, because I don't think Reaper has ever had the license for. I think he might be downstairs. Yeah. Actually, I do think it's. I know it's downstairs. It's in the boxes underneath on the lower level because it's in a small.
Oh yeah, it's in the cupboard.
Yeah, it's in the cupboard exactly. I actually don't know if I've ever heard somebody refer to Critical Role as a scam. That makes me laugh. I am not like saying that it possibly isn't true, but I've never heard anyone like legitimately call them that. I'll admit, like, I've listened to, I think, like, the original campaign up to a point. Because I used to put it on in an attempt to try to, like, understand it and, like, understand Critical Role and their popularity when I was back working at the game store, and especially when I became buyer, because I was upstairs in the office portion away from customers, and like sometimes was up there by myself, so had like no one to chat with or whatever. So I'd put the podcast on, or the audio file on, and I'd listen to it. And while like I definitely found parts of it really engaging, I also just like, I totally zoned out at points and completely like lost what the hell was going on, because I just stopped paying attention. And I don't know why exactly, but I've never been very good at even listening to audiobooks. Like I've gotten better at it, and like Overlord I think is like the one audiobook, that and Dune and Overlord are the two, and maybe it's because they're just the most recent.
Yeah, we need to go back to that.
We do need to go back to that. I completely agree. That's partially why I'm bringing them up right now.
Whenever I ask what you want to do, you never.
Well, I don't know. I just keep forgetting that I can put that on like in the background, and that is my bad, but I do genuinely forget. But yeah, so like those are the only two audiobooks that I've really been able to actually focus on and absorb the goddamn story. Whereas like most other audiobooks that I've tried listening to, I just could not focus. Which is a shame, because I really wish I could listen to more like 40K books via audiobooks. I think I need them to have like either really, really good, like a single good voice actor who can do multiple different voices well throughout the entire story themselves, which is what Overlord's doing. Like the guy who voices Ainz Ulgol in the anime is the one who is narrating the voiceover or the book, and he does a really good job of it. He also is able to mimic and make distinct like a lot of the other major characters in the novel, so that it's not just all his one voice. And he even does a really good job because it is from Ainz's perspective a lot of the time, like him telling it in his like normal I am from Japan man voice, and then versus his like I am role playing as Ainz being an Overlord voice, and it just works really well. And then like with the Dune one, they just hired a shit ton of people, and so like every character is actually voiced by a different person. And I think the only like repeat is whoever's
tertiaries are all done by the main narrator.
Yeah, I was like tertiary characters are all done by the main narrator, who does do some voices for them, but they're not like super, yeah, they're not normally in the same scenes, and it's not super relevant like if they slightly change or whatever. And then I think like he's also the main narrator I think is also Paul, or possibly someone else, like one other like major character. Like the narrator and a major character are by the same person, but they do a strong enough job of like differentiating the two voices that it doesn't matter, and that just works really well for me. Airbrushes are fun to work with, but they're also a little intimidating to work with. It's definitely something that I want to explore a little bit more. It's something I was thinking about as I do more scale models. I have a number of them that I've built but haven't painted yet, and at minimum, maybe getting them primed using my airbrush might at least build up my confidence in wanting to use it. So I think I might try that for the next time that I want to prime like my scale models. Maybe see if I can get it set up on a space in my garage. That way it's out of the way, I've got decent ventilation.
Yep.
All that kind of stuff. Practice does make perfect. You're absolutely right, Craig. All right, I think he's taken care of. Got a couple more to touch up. I imagine this season at your job, especially since you do a lot of like farmer related stuff, would probably be tiring around this time of year. Between like it being harvest season for a lot of like people / a planting season, I'm sure for some, depending on like where you are. Well, hopefully the weekend is kind to you and you get to relax. I am going to use texture paint more than likely to build up the bases so that we don't have this like awkward edge that we're seeing right now. That's normally what I've done in the past. Like I just put them on probably just like dirt bases, but I need to find out whether or not Chaos Cultist wants them on dirt or if he wants them on more of a stone.
Or stone, actually.
Okay.
Like it could be rough, you know, concrete looking stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna use
Astro.
Yeah, exactly. I tend to only really do stuff with green stuff if I'm doing some sort of diorama at this point, like, or if I'm really having a struggling with getting something to connect because either I 3D printed it or it's resin and I bought a resin thing and it's just not gluing well or whatever. But green stuff I almost always will use as a glue medium rather than a sculpting medium more than anything else. Just because I don't tend to do a lot of kit bashing or like freehand sculpting or that kind of thing on my models. I've done some. We've looked at a few pieces, and it's something that I definitely enjoyed. I'm just really slow at it, and I don't want to, I just don't feel like I have time to really just fuss around with that. I think we need a little bit more gray on the in between. There we go. Oops, let me turn that back on. Going back to the rattle can discussion, I really think you can do either. I think there are benefits and there's really no reason not to do one versus the other, in my opinion, depending on what works best for you individually. While yes, there are definitely some disadvantages to using a rattle can because they are a little bit more dependent on proper temperatures and humidities to really get the most efficient use out of them, or the cleanest of finishes. I still think that you can get a really good experience out of a rattle can under most normal circumstances. And the cleanup process and just fussiness sometimes of a airbrush can be daunting and frankly annoying to deal with, especially if you were doing something really simple and a quick thing where you're not really wanting that really fine precision or super, super, super clean finish, which isn't always guaranteed, especially if you don't know your airbrush well, which when you're new is likely. So you might I don't know. That's why I was discouraged, I think, from it originally, is because I was really hoping it'd be a lot easier to get into than it was, and I was not expecting that it wasn't.
Very inconvenient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a lot more inconvenient. Honestly, the same thing with 3D printing for me. It was really cool. I very much enjoyed doing it, I want to explore it more and like try to get more invested into it, but I have a struggle with it because I also don't find it actually convenient.
There is a lot of toxic waste.
And there is a lot of toxic waste, and it's just, I don't know if I enjoy that element of it. Okay, I think this guy's done, which I think means we just have her. Yeah, because I've already touched you back up, so it's just this last lady. It's cleric, I believe.
Probably not.
I mean, she's...
The cleric is the one with the keg.
The cleric is the one with the keg?
They're dwarves.
Oh, that makes sense. So is this lady a warrior then? In your mind?
Let me see her.
She's got two, like, clubs, I guess?
Oh, I can't talk about them.
Oh.
I can't talk about the siblings.
Oh, okay. Damn it. Spoilers!
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Oh wow, I did a terrible job cleaning up the lines on your head, lady. Hold on. So last time, chat, somebody had asked me my preference of using, or my feelings of using a mold line remover versus an X-Acto. On normal, whatever the kind of plastic that GW uses, I genuinely think a mold line is perfectly fine. On this Old Bones White product, which they don't use anymore, so it's not even like it's really out there to be relevant. But on this old stuff, absolutely the hobby tool or the hobby knife. It just gets a much cleaner lift of the mold line off of the model. It is a little sticky because there's so many little freaking grooves. So I still think it's a little bit dangerous to be doing this, but...
Oh, well, it's porous.
Yeah, because it just, the blade wants to get stuck sometimes, but it's definitely the easier tool to work with, and it's less likely to tear your material in a way that's, you know, irreplaceable or just like unfixable, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, not only, I mean, the material, like the resin material itself is toxic in its liquid form. And then it basically leaves a lot of residue, both from the cleaning process, once you've finished your model, like once you've printed it, the cleanup process creates a lot of just like toxic residue, and then frankly, you just end up with a lot of failed prints as well. And I feel like that over time causes you to fuck up your print board because you're having to scrape the damn things off and you get frustrated with it. And maybe you're not as careful and then you tear things or damage the board in a way that makes all future prints a little bit more difficult to deal with, etc. Like, I just feel like there's a lot of... It was sold on YouTube and other markets as a very jump in and go product, and I don't think it is. I think you really, really need to want to invest in 3D printing as like a thing that you, and I don't even mean as a business.
About resin printing, to be clear.
Yes, not the kind with the spools of like plastic, which still has its disadvantages because you still get a lot of like waste. It's just not toxic. Which is really the problem with like 3D printing, like 3D resin printing. is like the resin part of it is just not easy to work with, like, or not as easy as they claim it is to work with. The machines are not as easy to...
Oh, I think the machines are kind of easy.
Well, the machines are, but I think working with the software and figuring out like what is actually going to get you the best print per individual model.
I mean, that's just part of the art of it, I think.
I guess, but I feel like it is sold as a... The people who are selling you these 3D models have like completely nailed down and made it error proof for you to be able to print these once they've made them and sold them to you. Is kind of how I feel like the printers talk about them or behave towards them, and that is not true. There is a back and forth that you as the person printing the product has to go through to figure out like, okay, what settings on this printer are actually best for this particular print. Oh, by the way, those settings may not actually work or be best for your next print. That is a different thing.
Yeah, that's 3D printing.
And I don't know. I feel like that part of it isn't explained in the process. And if that doesn't sound like cool or fun to you, then 3D printing may not be fun to you. At least in resin printing. I will not, like, I can't say that's the same feeling for the other type. Which I always forget the name of. It's like PCB?
No, that's printed circuit board.
Oh, okay. That's right. Left-Handed Dragon, you have not missed much at all. We've been talking a little bit about 3D printing. I am re-priming up my dwarves because I did a little bit of an extra cleanup step on them because I just did a terrible job previously with my mold line removal because I couldn't see half of them until I got the primer on them. So did that. And now I'm actually gonna grab our little keg guy and we're gonna start with him. You said he's a cleric?
The
guy with the keg?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. All right, let's what do we want to start with? We should probably start with the most recessed area, which happens to be his inner cloak and legs. Oh, he's got I see, those are his shoes. Okay, all right. Snake bite leather then. Where's my snake bite leather? Oh, thank you. I was feeling very fall. I was like looking through my closet and I was like, what do I want to wear? What should I wear? I'm gonna throw on a dress to make my life easy. And then I saw this and I was like, you know what? We're in September now. Technically, that's starting to lean into the fall season. I'll go with that. Here's some snake bite leather. Yeah, it's butterflies on it. Aloha, Tyler. Are you saying hello to us from Hawaii? Are you saying goodbye to us from Hawaii? I don't think you're saying I love you to everybody from Hawaii. Isn't aloha great? It means 3 different things. Oh yes, cool bro. This is the 360-degree Redgrass Gaming handle. I don't know if this is their most modern edition. I feel like there might have been like an iteration since this. But I really like this handle. I love this spinning top. It is probably my most used handle that I go to. Autumn for you Brits. Might be for the best, Bad Rabbit. All right, just grabbing one of my new brushes. Give him some nice leather shoes. Yeah, that looks good. Hello, Go For It Painting. How are you doing today? I do recommend the Red Grass Gaming handle for sure for that. Like if you want a good handle, I think I've had this thing for
4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years now, actually, and it is still going strong. The magnet in the base is still strong. Like it's hasn't worn out or anything. The caps have never worn out, and thankfully, like you can just buy a handle and then you can just order the caps separately, so you can have a bunch, which I think works really nice. Like with what I'm doing right now, like I've got everybody prepped on a cap, so that I can just keep swapping them. So that if I'm like wanting something to dry on, like this guy, if I need to, I could swap to a different one and move on to a different color, which actually I might do only because, ooh, hold on, only because I probably want to use this brown color on some other people's shoes. So while I still got it out, might as well. Although I did notice that I missed a little bit on the other side of his second shoe. That's barely noticeable, but if Chaos Cultist was to look in there in the gap, or anybody else that we were playing with they would see that I didn't paint it, and then I would be so ashamed. Yeah, I would be very mocked. Okay, who else would have, I think, leather shoes? You maybe do? I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. You definitely look like you have metal boots. And also a great cleavage. I'm gonna give you, well, no, you're wearing a robe. I feel like you should have maybe like colored shoes. You don't have shoes, we can't even see them. You absolutely should have leather shoes. You are what looks like a rogue. Or a thief.
Oh, sleepy? Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Sleepy?
Yeah.
Is this Sleepy?
Yep.
Okay. What set of dwarves are these? And does anyone know? Sigmundur, they are from the original Wave 1 from Bones, when they were doing their like Bones White brand. And it was like one of the first Kickstarters that Reaper Bones did. So they're from that wave. I do believe you can still get these. These sculpts are all still available. But I do think, well, let me clarify. I don't know if all of them are still available, but what I believe happened, and I have not been keeping up with where Reaper is at in regards to their miniatures and what materials they're using on them right now. But I know after the Bones White, they had created the Bones Black line. Don't know if that's still around. I heard last time that it may or may not be. But basically the Bones Black was them redoing all of their Bones White in a different material that was firmer. It was less flexible, because the Bones White stuff is very like, you can bend it, which people
Like Beckham.
didn't really like. They just didn't really like it. Yeah, it's Snow White's dwarves, of course. But that's where these are from. I think you can get them still in the Bones Black line or whatever the more current line is. But they are, I think, based off of their original metal sculptures. Like back when Reaper only had their metal and resin figures, these were a lot of the redone and repurposed old metal sculpts that they could salvage, I believe, which was like kind of the selling point, I think, for a lot of people back in that Bones Wave 1 on Kickstarter. I remember one of the selling points being that people could get some of those classic sculpts back, but in a fresher, more durable material. which is kind of funny to say because literally metal is very durable, but you know what I mean. Would you ever use spray paint to paint any minis? Like, you mean, would I use spray paint as the only painting method to paint the miniature? Is that what you're asking, Havman? Because, like, technically, most of my miniatures start via spray paint because that's what the primer is. The primer tends to come out of a rattle can, which would be, like, the equivalent to spray paint. Let me know if that's what you mean with that question. And if not, please clarify a little bit more so I can actually properly answer it for you. Because I would love to, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the question correctly. I do use a mix of Citadel primers as well as some other primers. In this instance, yes. I just went ahead and primed my Dwarves in Citadel's Gray Seer primer, which is probably the main. So there's two main primers that I like to use from Citadel. Most of their rattle can primers, I'm actually not a fan of. I don't know what they do to the chemicals, to like what chemicals they put in there to make their whites especially behave the way that they do, but never, please never ever use any Citadel branded white spray primers. Like, they are just the worst, period. I've heard this from like almost everybody that I've ever known or asked who's used them. They're like, yeah, white primers from Citadel, just the worst. But I also have used pretty consistently both the Army Painters primers. That's actually what I used to go to for my whites for the longest time, was I would just use Army Painter. But I actually really like AK's primers. I've been using them a lot, especially for whites and blacks. Like, my neutrals have been great for that. I do like the Citadel Gray Seer and Wraithbone primer, specifically if I know that I am predominantly going to be using raw contrast color on a model, because there is something, in my personal opinion, that I think GW did to make that primer just function really nicely with their contrast colors. I don't know if it's because they put like a similar medium in them or what, but they just work well together. So if I know that I'm going to be working with like nothing but contrast colors or almost predominantly contrast colors, then yeah, I will tend to go with either Gray Seer or Wraithbone, depending on my overall planned color palette for the model. Thank you for subscribing, VK88. So you're asking if I would paint a miniature using nothing but spray paint. No, I would never do that. I would have no control on detail. Spray paints don't tend to have, like, you can buy different nozzles for spray paints that will give you different shapes. That's how you see graffiti artists get really cool, like, patterns and stuff, is because they know how to really manipulate and get finer lines and more interesting shapes out of moving the spray can in different ways, which is great, but absolutely does not translate to something this size. That's why people have airbrushes. Airbrushes are meant to achieve, in my personal opinion, this is like, I don't know if this is like actually what they were designed for, but in my opinion, the point of an airbrush is to give you the fine control that you would need, that you cannot get with a primer color or a spray can, because like when I say primer color, I just mean a rattle can. I just mean any color that you're getting at a rattle can. But like if you just would have no control with a nozzle.
You could theoretically paint like a tank entirely just using spray cans if you were using like
Stencils with it.
Stencils because you're doing like camo patterns.
Yes, that would be, I think that would be like the main thing.
But you'd still be you wouldn't get any detail work done.
But yeah, you wouldn't be able to apply any shades that way. You wouldn't, like any washes, you can't do a wash with a rattle can, just because of the way that they function. So yeah, you could paint a miniature if it was a larger miniature, like a vehicle or a tank or something like that. I know a vehicle or a tank is still technically a vehicle, but I'm just giving more specific vehicles. Like you could, but I really wouldn't recommend it. Like an airbrush is, if you want to paint something a la a graffiti artist style, then an airbrush is what you would want to master if you were wanting to do it on a scale of a miniature. Even larger miniatures, I still think an airbrush would probably be the better way to do that, because you can really, like, the nice thing about an airbrush is a lot of them have adjustable nozzles so that you can control how much paint is going through the nozzle at once, and therefore, like, I've seen some people get some really fine lines.
The nozzle.
Please look into the nozzle, exactly.
Do not look away from
the nozzle. But yeah, so like that works. Like I think airbrushes are where you'd want to go if you want to try painting a miniature as if you were spray painting it, the entire thing. That is where you would go. Like terrain also maybe could be done that way if you were, like I think I have seen folks who were like, oh shit, I'm hosting a tournament, and I thought I had enough terrain, but turns out I actually didn't. So I had to go and quickly do this. What a lot of people will do into like really mass prepare terrain, especially if they're doing like a huge like an apocalypse scale game or something like that. But even if they're just doing a massive tournament and they need a lot of terrain quickly, yeah, they'll go through and they'll do passes with spray paint and just kind of let it be like, I'm gonna do black first, and then I'm gonna hit it from above with a gray, and then I'm gonna hit it from a little bit less so, but still from above with a white, and then I'll get a half decent like gradient on that gives me the impression of highlights and shadows, but it took me like no time at all because I literally was just doing it with a spray paint and a rattle can. That is done, but it's normally not like what you're doing unless you're trying to be explicitly just the most basic of table ready in regards to your paint schemes. All right, I need to look, let's see, does she have, I think she has leather greaves as well, so we're gonna go up a little bit with this color. I hope that answers the question. Yeah, like people do it, but I wouldn't recommend it. Hi ho, it's off to work we go. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now, right? My job. My little wee job. All right, do you have any particular colors? You have no color schemes in mind for these guys,
Not
right?
particularly, no.
Okay. Okay. I want to. What is a real world god of the like beer or the harvest that I could reference for colors? Because I wanna thematically. Like, I guess I could do ambers, yellows, maybe some greens, maybe red, I guess. I don't know. But that's why I want to look up, like, some dudes. I guess I could just Google beer gods, huh?
Duff Man.
Oh my god, Duff Man. There we go. What is his color? His color scheme is red, white, and blue. All right, beer god. Thank you, AI. I know there's not a beer god specifically, but could you like...
What, is the AI monotheistic now?
No, the AI was like, there is no singular beer god, but rather a variety of deities and mythical figures associated with beer and brewing across different cultures. Basically, they're telling me there isn't a monotheistic beer god.
Church.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be a polytheistic beer god, but whatever.
Well, but they're saying.
It.
Yeah. Bacchus? Oh, that's a good one. Is he listed? Let's see. Oh, he is. There we go. Bacchus. What color? What colors do you? Wouldn't his colors be like green and purple though, because of ivy, like because of the grape plants? Because he's more of like a wine guy, right? Did they have beer?
Yes.
In ancient Greece?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, wine and friendship, wine. Okay.
Beer is for peasants, wine is for rich people.
Ah. Hey, Bess. Bess is an ancient Egyptian. Oh my god, he's perfect! Look at him. He even looks like a dwarf. That's amazing.
Was that culturally insensitive? Maybe.
I don't know. I'm sorry if it was, but he's perfect. He is perfect for what I want. Why are they all blue and yellow? Is that associated with beer or like drinking? Is blue and yellow like...
They're positive colors.
I mean, they are positive colors. Guys, we could, I guess I could go with a goddess. Oh, a Mesopotamian goddess of beer? Hell yeah. Let's see, you said the name is Ninkasai? Ninkasai. Hey, Sumerian goddess of beer. Oh, there's no beautiful images of this one. Okay. Let's see if there's images of her. We will find good colors. Because I feel like blue and yellow just... Why is it all blue?
Because Egyptians really liked blue.
This is Mesopotamia. It's like...
Middle Easterns really
They also,
like
I love that oh, hold on. I love that there is a beer named after this god with an absolutely gorgeous colored logo, by the way. I love that teal color. Okay, you know what? I'm actually gonna go with the teal. We're gonna go with the teal with a little bit of gold. Not the colors I was expecting, but I am a sucker for a good teal, so. Ooh, how do you pronounce that? I'm gonna Aegir? Aegir? How do you pronounce the symbol of like an A and an E together? Like a capital A-E together? Aegir? Then? So is G-I-R in Norse Gur? Or Gear? Aegir?
Aegir sounds right.
Ah, you're right. Blue would be the water that they would use for the brewing. You're probably correct about that, actually. All right, so we need a good teal and pterodon turquoise or croxagore scales. those are the two colors that I'm debating. Probably Croxagore scales. It's just so good. It's like my favorite blue color tone. And then I'm gonna use Nazreg yellow. And then we'll probably pull some actual true golds in there as well. Boop. All right, I need one more color. Okay, she also appears to be depicted with a lot of greens and apparently red hair.
Greens would be the barley.
Ah, yes, the barley. Excellent. Okay, well then I think in that case, I'm gonna go with a little bit of a yellow green. Maybe Gut Ripper Flesh? Like, I want it to be kind of soft. I feel like this color palette should be a little bit softer, you know? Oh, thank you. I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying the dress. I didn't know Bud Light had a dog mascot. That's cute.
Oh yeah, that was like a thing from like the 80s and 90s.
Apparently it was Spuds McKenzie.
Yeah!
How very silly.
I recall he rode a skateboard, I think.
Oh,
I
nice.
think he was a cool dog.
What a cool dog. So the thing I'm gonna do is under jacket in green and then do the overcoat in the teal and the gold. Zima? Doesn't sound familiar. Doesn't mean I'm not old enough to know what it is.
Like Zima? Like the drink?
I guess so?
Zima was like an early Smirnoff Ice.
Oh.
Like if one Zima made you drunk, you were the lightest of lightweights kind of thing.
Oh, okay, so it would make me drunk then.
Yeah, stereotypically, yes.
Listen, I don't drink a lot, so when I do like consume alcohol modernly, a drink will just wreck me. My inhibitions will be down. Okay. What about rock and stone? I mean, dwarves like rocks and stone. I feel like I know this phrase from something.
I promise she's not one of the bugs.
What? What? The bugs?
Rock and stone is the catchphrase of the dwarves in Deep Rock Galactic.
Oh.
So it is their call to action/fandom.
I see. Okay, that explains why it kind of sounds familiar, because I'm like, I feel like I've heard this saying, but I don't know like context of why I know this phrase. Oh, it wasn't, wait, so it's not actually like a Smirnoff Ice and that it doesn't taste good? Because I like Smirnoff Ices. Especially like the raspberry one, it's pretty good.
They still make those?
I think so, but I actually don't know. I don't drink that much, so I'm not really in that aisle very often. Typically, it's a typical Dwarven phrase that Dwarven fans use. It started with Deep Rock Galactic, okay. See, the main fandom Dwarven phrase that I remember is diggy diggy hole.
Simon Honeydew's lasting effect on culture right there.
It really was. And I will never, I mean, the fact that that song is actually used by legitimate like rock bands.
Oh yeah, Windrose.
Like Windrose, and I think somebody else did a cover of it too. Maybe it was just Windrose, I can't remember.
I think Windrose did 2 covers.
Oh, maybe they did 2 versions of it or something. But yeah, like the fact that Windrose did a cover of Diggy Diggy Hole just...
He's digging a hole.
Tickled the fuck out of me. It's a great song, by the way. If you guys haven't listened to it, I highly recommend it. And I don't even necessarily mean to listen to the Windrose one. It's still a great version of the song.
The animated Yogscast.
The animated Yogscast is my absolute favorite.
Not the CG one, the 2D.
Yeah, the 2D one. The OG, the original.
No. Yeah, there was other stuff before that.
Oh, was there, did that?
There was a bad 3D one.
Oh, did that come first? I thought that came after.
That was first.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. That was my bad.
There were a lot of meme versions first.
Ah, okay. It's the song of your people? Excellent. That's because Diggy Diggy Hole is genuinely like just such a fun song, and legitimately that 2D animated music video that they did was so gosh darn charming. And I don't remember the name of the artist who did a lot of the Yogscast in their like peak era, the art for all of them, but it was like whoever was doing the art for them or whatever team that was freaking killing it. Like they were doing such a good job with all of the cute just versions of all of the Yogscast members in that just adorable like large-eyed cartoony color like art style. Oh god, it works so well. Man, I miss YouTube from that era. Not all the people. Some of the people were toxic, but definitely the content. I am really liking the way that this green is looking. I am trying to figure out... Can you guys chat? Okay, chat, I need your to help me discern something. Okay, we're looking at this beautiful, majestic dwarf, right? He has an undercoat and then an overcoat, which is this piece right here. I think the overcoat is a vest because I think this line right here, is the sleeve of this overcoat. So I think this fabric sleeve on the rest of his arm is part of the undercoat. I think it needs to be green. Can you guys help me clarify if I am bonkers with this idea or if that makes logical sense to you based off of what we're seeing? So we see the green undercoat that I've painted already. We see the overcoat that is a relatively thick fabric. Going up, I think that is the sleeve of it. And so this whole part right here on his elbow, those folds around that would be the sleeve of his undercoat. Yeah, seems right? Okay, perfect. I love that answer. It makes me feel like I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you agree? Okay, good. Thank you, chat. I thought that felt what it should be, but I wasn't sure. I'm gonna turn this off for just a split second while I drink some water to let that reset itself. Sorry, I immediately drank a huge amount of water. I was feeling very dehydrated. It has been like unusually dry, I feel like, in my house the last 5 days, and I don't know why. But it has, and it's been driving me nuts. So I've been trying to make sure that I consume water amongst my other sugary caffeinated beverages because I can't live without them. All right, I'll readjust the focus on the camera here in a second. I'm just getting a little bit more green paint out onto my brush so we can paint that sleeve. Because I think we're all correct that this sleeve should be green. And he's got these like massive cuffs on his sleeve, which I'm definitely gonna make be just like a gaudy gold band. Because it seems appropriate. Okay, so we got that, and then, oh my God, he even has a little barley symbol. Hold on, you can't see it. A little barley symbol on his shoulder. I hadn't even noticed. That's great. Beautiful. Triple digits didn't help. Cooler to me by the day. Nice fog layer this morning. Oh, that sounds nice. Yeah, it's getting pretty hot still where I am right now, which is a little unfortunate. Like, I'll survive, but it does get quite warm, and I've just been so dry. All right, I think that's good. I just noticed I can really see the line on his head, so we're going to remove that. And then repaint it with gray. Cause whole buddy, you got a mold line on your scalp. And your beautiful brow and forehead, I guess. I'm being especially gentle because I don't want to dig into the plastic too much and end up creating weird unevenness. There's like one point in particular that I feel like is fighting me, and I will remove it. Okay, I think we got it. That looks a lot better. Let's put some paint back on it and see if it's actually better. Did you know that this guy has a little barley symbol on his shoulder?
I believe it.
Is that why you picked him as your cleric?
Nope.
Huh.
Don't be silly.
What? Why would it be silly?
That's just because he's a brewer. That has nothing to do with the fact that he's a cleric.
Oh, okay.
Come on now.
Whoa,
Don't be stereotyping.
I am so sorry.
What, you think just because they're dwarves they worship beer?
Yeah?
Wow. I mean, they do, but that's still really offensive of you to assume.
Is it? Like, I feel like they should, like, I feel like they would be more offended to be like, Lass, you didn't think I worshipped bear?
No, no, they're definitely going to, like, make fun of you if you assume that. But.
God damn it. Well, how dare they? Well, I'm sure they're going to make some presumptions about my orc self as well.
I mean, will they be wrong?
Probably. I don't know. What presumptions are they going to make? It depends.
That you're green.
How dare you?
What color are you?
I am a lovely green.
But see, it was rude of us to assume, wasn't it?
What, you didn't love my very, very shitty Scottish accent?
Oh, guys, there's someone Scottish in chat.
I tried
Oh, no.
really hard. No, I didn't.
See, I never do mine when, like, someone might hear me.
Well, I have bigger balls than you.
You have greater ovicular fortitude, that is for sure.
Oh my god. That killed me. Oh my god.
You don't remember ovicular fortitude? That's an Attitude Era Stephanie McMahon reference.
No, I don't know if I've ever heard Stephanie McMahon.
Yeah,
I could believe it.
Vince was famous for his testicular fortitude.
Oh my god.
But so she and Shane inherited it as well. But then at some point she had to have the ovicular fortitude of the McMahon men.
Well, I have the ovicular fortitude of the God Emperor of mankind, and I can make whatever ridiculous accent I want and feel no shame from it. That's not actually true at all. I feel so much
like an American white woman.
Wait. Shit. You remember Steph saying that a few times? I could believe she would say it. It seems like such a fucking thing she would say. You've always pictured dwarves with martinis and orcs with bluish wine? Or blush wine?
It's like bluish wine. That's like Andorian ale.
Mmm. Delicious. I definitely isn't there an orc character in like Oblivion or something like that? And I mean that in not Elder Scrolls, but I think it might be Oblivion. It could also be Skyrim though. I can't remember now.
Who owns a vineyard?
Who like thinks he wants to be really fancy, but actually doesn't know like he knows a bunch of fancy words, but he uses them in the wrong ways.
Yes.
Like there is
that isn't an Elder Scrolls. Yes.
It's definitely an Elder Scrolls. Is it Skyrim? Or was it Oblivion? I think it was Oblivion.
I think it's Oblivion because it's on our mind and we've more recently played the remaster.
It is, and I feel like I legitimately actually, because honestly, you want to know who makes me think of it? Many a True Nerd, and I feel like I have watched more of his Oblivion playthroughs than I ever did his Skyrim playthroughs, which is why I think it's Oblivion.
That's because you watched Gopher and Sips.
That's true, I did. So much. What is that supposed to be? The underside of his foot? I have no idea. We're just gonna paint it brown and hope. We're just gonna paint it brown and hope. That's what we're gonna do, chat. So I think it's supposed to be the underside of his other shoe. There we go. Still your favorite joke in WoW, I'm the social drinker. If someone says, I'll have a drink, I say, so shall I. Oh, that's good. Is that like being a social smoker? I only smoke cigarettes when I'm out with people, or when I'm eating, or when I'm drinking, or when I'm doing anything else. Because I feel like that's always the joke there. All right, this guy's looking good. I love that green on him. All right, I want to now paint his overcoat. I think we're gonna start with the Croxagore scales because I can do the cleanup and then do the yellow after, which I feel like is probably gonna be easier than doing the blue after. So, let's go. God, I love this color. Look how beautiful that, oh, hold on. You still can't see it as well as I can, but it's a really pretty teal color. I'll show you up close in a bit. Also, I really like this color with this green. I picked good colors. There you go, you can see it a bit better there. He's not specifically an aquatic dwarf, but he is meant to be a cleric who worships a god of the beer, or a god of beer and like brewing.
The beer.
Of the beer. The beer. No, he's supposed to worship a god of beer and brewing, and so I figured, after looking up deities that existed in IRL who represented beer and brewing, that I would copy some of those colors. And I found some from specifically, I think it was a Mesopotamian goddess called Ninkasi, who had a lot of, one who has a beer actively based off of her, or like a beer brand that's named after her that does use a beautiful teal color tone, and I am a sucker for teal. So I was like, sold, that's the color I'm using. And that was combined with a yellow, like a golden color, which I assume is probably meant to represent the golden color of beer. So we're gonna do that as an accent.
Sagan.
What?
You turned into Carl Sagan there.
I did a little bit. And then on top of that, I was like, okay, I need a third color based off of the sort of outfit that this particular dwarf is wearing. So I was like, you know what, let's look up other images of this goddess, and I saw some with a green color, which we determined probably represents barley. And I was like, perfect, we're going with that. Is he going to have a ginger beard? Probably, actually. Unless Chaos Cultist specifically asks me to do something else, but I might do ginger just so that I can do like a.
No, I'm not setting any particular aesthetic with them.
Okay, cool. I think an orange beard would look actually really killer with this particular color palette. So this boy's gonna end up being extremely bright and colorful, and I love him for it because color is sometimes one of my favorite things. There we go. That feels good. Is that part of the outfit? It kind of looks like it. I'm not really sure, but I'll paint it blue because I think it's a bunching of fabric. All right, we're gonna let that dry. This side is dry, so I'm gonna darken the center because that's where the blue is gonna remain. The edge is gonna be gold. To be a little brighter, or a little darker, I guess, rather. Perfect. Don't need to bother with that. Okay, I think he's good. Oh, thank you. I try to... I like to have some inspiration to try to base some of my concepts on because I feel like that gives me better motivation to work on it because then I have something that I can go to as guidance for, even if it's just I want to pull 3 colors from this image that I really like and use that as the color palette for whatever project I'm working on. Like, it doesn't even have to be fully related to what I'm painting. In this instance, it worked out well because I was like, well, I know that there have been and currently are probably some brewing gods that are worshipped. So let me look some of those up because they'll probably have some references for colors that probably made sense on a very basic human level concept because these would have been gods from like the olden days. Or they would have originated at least back in the olden days where people were just trying to explain everything via the gods because we didn't understand how science worked. And I kind of find that fascinating. I love that concept. I love that part about, I guess, humans in general, that when we don't understand things, we try to create ways to explain it. And oftentimes those are completely made up and like,
wrong.
Yeah, just wrong, but we have such a great imagination that our brains will try to justify or explain things in even sometimes the most ridiculous of ways. And I just think that's really fascinating about people.
Shout out to Dr. Cox. He will be in the new Scrubs.
Wait, really?
Yep, they just announced it.
What? Why?
Because they're doing a revival.
Why?
Because Zach Braff is back.
What?
Because they got the main guy back.
Wow, really? I hadn't realized that he was actually coming back.
Yeah. That's the entire reason they're doing it.
Damn.
And so I think like Cox has, now been head of Sacred Heart for like 10 plus years.
Wow. Man, I used to love Scrubs. That's gonna be so weird. How old is he supposed to be now?
Old?
Yeah, I'm curious like how old they're gonna make JD.
Status?
See. Okay.
What?
A senior unk status?
Yeah.
Like uncle?
Yeah. You gotta get hip with the lingo, girl.
Like, no offense, Cox, but I feel like you'd be a grandpa?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Not an uncle.
That's why I said senior unk status.
Senior unk status is grandpa status, huh?
Yeah.
My apologies. I didn't realize we were being so coy.
Listen, I'm old enough. I'm trying to kill, modern parlance is what I'm doing right now.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
As is my way.
All right, we need to do a little bit of cleanup on his outfit so we can paint some of this in a delightful yellow. Let me refocus. There we go. I'm gonna sneeze. I have watched, oh my God, I'm trying to sneeze.
Good luck.
It wants to come out. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, I knew it was there, I could feel it. I have watched through episode 6 of Wednesday.
Oh, I have feelings that were not good about that episode.
And you're proud of your pawpaw status? That's excellent.
There you go, yeah, that's probably senior unk status. There you go.
Pawpaw? There we go. So yes, Craig, I have watched up to episode 6 of Wednesday. I had issues with episode 6 of Wednesday. Really, I mainly just have issues with how Enid has been handled in this entire season.
What the hell was the point of giving her that boyfriend if they were going to resolve it like that? I'll speak vaguely in case people care. But like...
I don't know.
That was such a... Oh.
We need to write this character off right now.
Yeah. With no foreshadowing at all, I feel.
I agree. Like, if they did foreshadow it, I completely missed it. But even if they did a terrible job of it because I completely missed it.
If you've seen the season, but you're not sure where we are, we just had the body swap episode. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. We had our Freaky Friday episode.
Which I enjoyed that part of it, but everything with Enid and now the sudden, oh, by the way, it turns out Enid is actually redacted. And I'm like, there was no hints that she was a redacted before. Also, you keep using that term and I don't think you know what that term means.
That's one of my biggest problems, okay? Because they are referring to Enid. They're like, oh, Enid, you're a redacted. And I'm like, hi, do you know what that term means in the wolf community when it comes to, I don't know,
the werewolf community?
Fan fictions? Because that's kind of what this fucking series is. It's a Wednesday fanfic. And don't get me wrong, I love that about it. But y'all need to learn what the hell a redacted is, because you are not describing a redacted, you are describing I don't even know what you're describing, but it's wrong. It's just not what that is. And I know you're saying that there's tropes about redacted that we're trying to like ignore, but I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean she's gonna blah 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 blah?
Is chat like, what the hell are they going on about?
They have no, they haven't caught up. I don't think
they
to
go
my
silence. That's
that's how they know. Yeah, they've stopped talking. They're like, oh my god, she's ranting about bullshit again.
She's ranting about a show aimed at 14-year-old girls.
Yes. Listen, I appreciate the hyper like girl fanfic that Wednesday the series is. I actually really enjoy it. It's one of the reasons I like it so much. It appeals to me as a redacted age-old woman. But 67, there you go. But I'm just like, nah, you guys don't know what redacted is. You've clearly not done any fucking research about that, because that would be the least of her goddamn concerns. What are you even on? That's my problem, is they're like, oh, her big concern is that by being redacted, this is gonna happen. And I'm like, no, it's not. In nothing I have ever read that involves werewolf culture or like concepts or like anything involving redacted
would lead that she's going to be isolated from her community.
Yeah, that would lead me to believe she's gonna end up alone. What? No! If anything, it's the fucking opposite. Enid should have bitches all over herself constantly. Like, what?
She had all over that long ass torso.
Exactly. She's got a really long torso. It was there was an outfit they put her in, and like there was a point where she stood up, and I was like, holy shit, she's all torso. It was wild. Okay, yeah, no, I am also frustrated with it. Like, I'm hoping because there's 2 more episodes, like, right? It goes 8 episodes.
Yeah,
so I'm hoping with episode 7 and 8 that a lot of my personal issues with it might be resolved.
Or it'll just be that one episode and we've done the
stupid shit and now we can just move on and do other stuff. Like, I'm really hoping that's what it is, because so at this point, to try to not give like major spoilers but talk about stuff a little bit vaguely, in the first 4 episodes there was a big deal about the principal, what he was doing with the siren girl, and like the fact that they needed raising money and they needed these donors. They were really adamant about
it's
like...
gonna be the last 2 episodes.
It has to be, but I'm like, but we have dealt with none of that in these first 2 episodes of the second like half of the season.
Right.
And I am like, what are we even doing? Like, we have deviated so hard into, frankly, characters that I do not give a fuck about. Like, I am so over the Hyde boy. Like, and you know what the sad thing is I don't even dislike the Hyde boy. I dislike what has been built up as his family. And I'm just like, what are we on about with this? Like, this is so weird. I don't understand. And also, everything that you have told us about Hydes up to this point appears to be inaccurate.
Yep.
And I'm really bothered by that. Also, why has no one looked into the fact that a Hyde is basically a werewolf who can transform at will?
But suffers
damage. Like damage. Should there not be studies about this? Because I feel like they're related and that there's some weird like ostracization happening towards the Hydes versus the werewolf community within the outcast society, which as a major factor of outcast versus normies in the series should be addressed.
This is an essay you should be writing.
This is where I do my essays. I just rant at chat during streams because somebody asks me, hey, have you watched Wednesday season or the last half of season? And I'm like, oh my God, have I watched it? And I have feelings. I have so many feelings. Because chat's doing great, actually. They're saying that they love hearing me rant. You've seen them all. You're a werewolf and we don't redacted. I mean, there are, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Luke. There are redacteds in Werewolf Society, but they are describing them completely wrong. And if you just simply go on the, what makes you think that this type of werewolf would end up alone when normally in all other werewolf media, they're what everybody is after. Kind of.
Of expectation.
And I'm just like, no, you just don't know what you're doing. But yeah, I did not enjoy episode 6. I need to watch episodes 7 and 8.
I enjoyed episode 6 because Jenna Ortega's ability to act in that episode was really good.
Oh yeah, no, I did not enjoy the plot. The acting in episode 6 was amazing. The body swap Freaky Friday thing that ended up happening, I'm not gonna explain how or why or how it resolves, but that happening was actually fantastic. And I kind of love Jenna Ortega for just her ability to go from Wednesday's personality to another character's personality. She did an exceptional job. And honestly, the other person involved in the swap also, I think, did a really good job. I'm trying to not give spoilers for those of you that care. I apologize if none of you care and you'd rather me just be using names, but I'm trying to like be vague in case people watch this later and are like, I haven't seen it yet, how dare you spoil everything? Not that I expect that to specifically happen, but I'm just being cautious. But yeah, I need to finish I'm hoping the last 2 episodes of the season will justify some of the bullshit that I felt like was spouted in episode 6. I'm also like going back to just being disappointed with Enid's character in this season. I genuinely feel like we are watching a character, at least up to where I'm at in it, get a little fucked over simply because the creators were like, we really hate that you guys are shipping Enid and Wednesday together. We have to stop this. And I just feel like in the effort to stop that ship from happening, which, guys, be fucking smart about this and do what Supernatural did and just embrace it. Lean into it. Let the actresses just play it up. Please, for the love of everything that is holy, it would be so much better if you just let them handle it the way that Jensen and what's-his-face who played Castile did it, because it would be perfect and everybody would love it. But no, instead they had to freak out and be like, we can't have her be gay. It's inappropriate. And it's like, who cares? They're cute together, they're roommates. What do you expect to happen? Anytime there's a roommate, everybody who's watching it goes, ah ha ha, they could be boinking, and it would be amazing. But people just, I don't know, I feel like they just were like, oh, we can't have Enid be with Wednesday. That's inappropriate. It breaks character. Now, cables I don't think is worth having. I don't have cable. So I don't really think you're missing anything there. And if you're gonna get Hulu, just get Disney Plus, because it's part of Hulu. And it's probably, you'll probably get more content that way. Because then you'll get everything that Hulu has plus everything that Disney has. Which for Jackson would be probably pretty cool. Imagine all those Disney like movies that you could let him watch and succumb to. Put Atlantis on for him. Don't put Atlantis on for the 3-year-old. When he's 6, do it. For the throne, let them just get on with it. Exactly, Luke. Exactly. Wait, they did that in the Wheel of Time? Are they marketing the joint app of Disney and Hulu as Hulu Live and not tied to Disney? That's
something like that.
That is so goddamn telling to the state of Disney and how people view Disney, that they aren't wanting to use their own name and instead they're using Hulu's name for their streaming service and their joint effort. That is wild to me. Holy shit. Okay, so in Wheel of Time series was an abomination. I mean, I'm not surprised by that.
Was that an Amazon one?
I don't remember. I don't know if Wheel of Time is Amazon or not.
I know I watched like one episode of The Ring of Power and was like, nah.
We watched more than one episode of it, but
I only remember one episode of it.
that we definitely watched like half a season.
Damn.
Yeah.
That being said, we need to watch more Dune Prophecy.
Yes, we do. Because I actually liked that one. Yeah, no, we actually watched like half of Lord of the Rings. Season 1, and then gave up on it.
It had nothing to do with any of the like political war stuff.
I just honestly kind of found it boring.
Yeah, I was like, none of these characters or actors are interesting.
Yeah, that was my problem.
And I don't really care about the origins of Sauron.
Yeah. Yeah, and for me, I'm like, I have never been a hardcore Lord of the Rings like fangirl in any capacity. I've only read The Hobbit in it to like through completion. And so there was nothing there that was like, oh my God, I gotta find out about my favorite Lord of the Rings characters. Which I felt bad for because like, I like the high fantasy element of Lord of the Rings. I just really was not drawn into that series at all. It was an Amazon show? Okay. I guess that makes sense, and that ESPN deal would probably be pretty enticing for a fan of like football and stuff.
Yeah, ESPN is the majority of Disney's profitability.
That makes sense. Which is mostly because of the soccer on it, right? Like the football. Or is it the cricket?
Internationally, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just know when you look at the revenue slice of both Disney, like the largest portion of it after, I think, theme park revenue for profitability is ESPN.
That makes sense.
And that may have even changed in recent years because what I'm quoting is probably 10 years old.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if theme parks are profitable for them anymore.
Well, with how much they charge and the crowds they're still drawing, I'm going to say yes.
Oh, are they still drawing decent crowds? I thought that had slowed.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
You hear sort of different
mixed,
things.
yeah. That's fair, that's fair. That makes sense. I mean, the nice thing is, you know, you can get plenty of entertainment entirely for free right here on YouTube. Woohoo!
And even YouTube is starting to air NFL games.
Yeah, actually, I saw like Mr. Beast like had an ad for an upcoming NFL game that's going to be free on YouTube.
Yeah, it's part of a new partnership that I think one game a week is now going to be aired on YouTube.
That is wild to me.
I don't know how that's working with like market blackouts or if there are market blackouts.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting to follow. Okay. There's still some cleanup that needs to happen, but I feel like we're at an okay point on this fella. Ugh, I need to unstick my legs from themselves. Okay, pouch is almost fully cleaned up. Once it's dry, we can put a little bit more snakebite leather on it. I don't really care that that hammer has some stuff on it because it will be metallic. Don't care about that being a little bit cleaner. That's okay if it's not super clean because that will also be metallic. Your hand will not, but it's gonna get opaques down the line, so that probably will be okay. Okay, I think we can do not quite, not quite. I was about to say, I think we can do the yellow, but I just noticed one section where I can still see blue. And I really don't want my yellows to look green. So we do want to make sure they're fully clean. Oop, okay, I don't know where that blue just came from, but I pulled a bunch of blue out. Sean Ross Sapp is a Bengals fan. Nice. Isn't that because where are the Bengals based out of?
Cincinnati.
Oh, Cincinnati. Okay, I was gonna say like, isn't that because he's like lives near them? But no, I don't think Sean Ross Sapp is in Cincinnati. I thought he was down south, but I don't.
He's in Kentucky, I believe, but I think when he was younger.
Oh, okay. See, I actually thought he was in North Carolina.
Might be that.
Cause I don't know. I feel like I remember a lot of YouTubers / like media people ended up moving to North Carolina at one point.
I think there was a tax reason.
Oh, is that what it was? I mean, every time I've been to Disney World, it's been pretty packed, but I also haven't been in like multiple years.
You haven't been over 10.
Yeah, so he's in Kentucky? Okay.
Hey.
I definitely need more paint.
I'll take you to the store later.
No, not on my palette, not in the house. Okay, that's the first side done. I did notice that my paint looked a little wet still, so I want to see if also, where is this blue coming from? Are you still wet? Seriously, where? It's like in the deepest groove and it just hasn't dried. Because he had just smeared it all over that. I'm trying to pull it out of that groove so it'll dry. Okay, I think we'll be good soon. I'm gonna set him aside and pull out this last. Okay, Chaos Cultist referred to her as Sleepy, which I think is interesting. Maybe we should base our color scheme off of Sleepy. She does look like a rogue. We could go with like deep purples, some darker browns. What is Sleepy's colors though? From what you see on the news, everyone is banned from the States. Chicken curry and wild rice with scrambled eggs. Is that what's for dinner? That sounds delicious. Hockey games are pretty fun. I've been to one like NHL game, and then I've been to a variety of college games, and they're always very exciting. I actually really like hockey games. I'm gonna leave the images of our goddess up. Let's see, what is Sleepy Dwarf?
It's in your thumbnail.
Red, brown, green, and green. Okay. Well, we've already got the browns in there. Love that. You know what? I actually, man, this Gorgonta color is like perfect for Sleepy. Maybe I'll wash it to make it a little bit different from our other bro. Although them being close enough. Okay, so I think the cloak maybe should be green. So we'll do that last. For her outfit, let's keep it kind of neutral because honestly, Sleepy's is relatively neutral. I'm gonna go with definitely want to use Mortarian Grime as a wash, but I feel like it should be yellowy. Maybe Armageddon Dust or a Agras. No, what is it called? Not Agras or Shade. That's the shade. Where's that one? I like use it all the time. Why am I blanking on this color? Agros Dune. That's the color. Neon green outside, neon pink inside. No, not going quite that wild with our colors. These dwarves are not going to a rave. May I have the pen, please? Thank you. Okay. I think we're gonna make her top this color. Blood red could work better on the inside. Okay, I think that is working for me. I think we're gonna do a little bit of a red so that we do get that in there, but I'm actually gonna do Griffhound orange and then maybe do a red wash over it to give it a little bit of a pumpkin spice look. Because we're going into the fall season and I'm feeling a little pumpkin spicy. This is like the same color as my dress, by the way, which is lovely. Like camo on the outside. I mean, that does sound cool, but not appropriate for, I think, the region that these dwarves are gonna be in. They're not gonna be in a polar section, so I don't know if that will work super well for camo.
Not really.
There we go. Oh yeah, Bad Rabbit, that, from my understanding, because I think the crowns are new-ish to the chat and everything, and I don't know if it's YouTube doing it or if it's...
I think it's all the memberships that got gifted by Luke.
No, it's indicating who's talking the most.
Oh.
Because right now, Bad Rabbit has number 2, Havman has number 3, and I don't actually, like, it's listing as top fans. And it's whoever has the most experience, and I think that is tied.
Oh God, they've gamified YouTube chat, haven't they?
I don't know if they've gamified. I don't know if it's YouTube that's gamified it or if it's our streaming, like...
I'm pretty sure it's YouTube.
Okay, but yeah, so my top fans currently are...
Weird. Top fans are weird. I call them weird. I don't know. What's going on?
Well, I'm trying... It's weird, because, like...
See?
It is actually strange. So... Hold on.
Did you break chat?
No, I didn't break chat. It's just not... Okay, Bad Rabbit, you definitely are listed as number 2. Is that Havman's icon? I guess it is. I don't know. Havman, I can't actually tell what your icon is. Is it a skull with like 2 middle fingers up?
Well, that's rude.
I don't know if I've actually looked at your icon. I just look for your name. And then I don't know who number 1 is. It doesn't actually tell me your ads, it just shows me your icons, which is really obnoxious. But Gordon, you're number 4. And Luke, right now you're listed as number 5. So I think it's the number of people who are chatting.
Maybe they're all parts of Spectre.
Oh my God, are you guys all part of Spectre? Am I James Bond?
No, you're number 1.
I'm number 1? Oh my God. I need Keita to come here so I can pet her maniacally, and then we can no longer see my face ever. And when you do, I need to have a horrific scar and or some sort of like deformation, because apparently all number 1s, everybody who
all
plays,
Blofelds.
yeah, all Blofelds have like some sort of like fucked up element to their face because of,
Yep.
I'm assuming James Bond doing something to them previously and him having a vendetta against them, but I actually don't know. Luke, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Duff's 101, welcome to the Hobby Night Legion. It's lovely to have you join us. You were Spectre? My goodness. Yours is the practical path for LHC. What is LHC? Oh, particle path for LHC? What is light hyper curves? I don't know. What does LHC stand for? No, you can, no, you can absolutely leave it as what it is. I just didn't know, I just never looked. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of the size of chat on my screen so that you guys can understand. I don't see your, like, I don't get good detail looks at what your icons are. So I think that was the first time I'd ever actually like pulled it up. I don't want photos, I want my camera. I had ever like pulled it up. Okay, so like I'm looking at it from this distance. This is the distance I'm looking at your icons from.
I feel like you're making excuses.
So this is what y'all look like to me.
Wow.
Is like your icons are tiny. And I can't actually, so like having yours to me at this scale with how small they make it on my chat screen, it looks to me like honestly, it looks like a death metal band logo because it just looks like white and black like scry work to me at this distance. So that when I opened up my top fans to like look and actually see, oh, it's a skull with like middle fingers up. Is it a Reaper? Is that like an icon for a team? That's obviously not the Seahawks. Oh, Large Hydrogen Collider? Is that what it is?
What?
Oh,
I mean,
large.
I know what that is, but why are we talking about that?
That's what his icon is.
Oh.
Bad Rabbit was saying his icon was the particle path for LHC, and I didn't know what LHC was. So Large Hydrogen, or Large Hardon, or Hydrogen Hadron Collider. Ah, I'll have to look up what that is. I actually don't know if I.
It's the world's largest particle accelerator.
Oh, for like
Physics.
fusion?
No, for physics.
Just for physics in general? Okay.
Fusion is not particle. Well, I mean, kind of, but that's not the same thing at all.
Oh, okay. Physics! I know nothing about them. I'm learning
trying to educate.
I'm learning about electricity and I know some programming now. Because I've been programming my little servo arm. I built this. That's this little claw. It opens and closes. And I plugged it into my board with its
If you plug it in right now off that hub, it should work.
Oh, would it?
Yeah, programming's still uploaded.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, hold on. Can you help me re-angle my camera? And I'll pull this one back too. Cause you're right, it probably would still go. Oh, maybe it'll accidentally pick up a mini.
Don't do that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, keep things away from the servo arms.
Okay,
please.
okay. All right. So oh, I lost this camera for some reason, but it's doing it. Oh, it came back. It interrupted it for a moment, but then it came back. So I programmed it to do that.
Yeah, if you want to do it one more time, you could probably unplug and plug it back in. Again, M50 will probably flash. That's okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna do it one more time. Yeah, why does the M52?
Just an interruption of the signal.
Huh. Yay! So I have been programming. I built this thing. I've been learning some various programming through Scratch. I don't actually. Is that what it's called? Like I know that's what it's using.
It's a more advanced form of Scratch used for robotics now. But
It's-
it does use the visual programming of Scratch if you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is. I know that the visual programming that I'm using is referencing Scratch because it has the Scratch code on the side.
No. What you're doing is the Scratch.
Oh, is that? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that was my misunderstanding.
Yeah, what it's doing is Scratch is then taking what you're putting together using the building blocks.
Got
and
it.
outporting it as C or whatever actual language.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, so I've been learning that a little bit, which has been very cool because like my idea is So once I've learned a little bit about programming, I'm also going to deviate into a somewhat adjacent realm because it still uses the circuit boards and all of that stuff, but it'll be more building them from scratch and wiring things for like being able to do lighting effects and maybe having motors and having that run something or turn something in dioramas down the line, because I think that would be really cool. And it's something that I've always, like, I don't really have a desire to make my individual, like, based miniatures move in any capacity.
Tanks would be cool, though.
But, like, doing some vehicles would be really cool. I also think making, like, terrain light up. Like, I really want, and this is actually an inspiration from the Hobby collab, because they did this for part of our Blood Bowl game that we did like last year. During that tournament, they had 3D printed like these stadium seating for our game to give it a really cool thematic backdrop. And I think they put lights into it, and they had a program set up that when people donated, I think those lights would flash.
Yep.
And that was both around the full structure, but also in the actual miniature, because they had put LED lights into the miniature itself. Because I think the gaps in the 3D printing for like a lot of the structural stuff was like wide enough that you could easily thread some like wire in there, and then behind the scenes like have a little power box that was controlling it all. So I would love to do that kind of thing because I really enjoyed getting to do my diorama of the scene with the two guardsmen who one was injured and everything that I submitted to that show a while ago. Like, I really enjoyed doing that. And at that show, and actually even at my IPMS club, there is a young man who like I think he's either in high school still or going into college, but he has been doing really cool dioramas where he has been putting like lighting effects with like blinking lights for being hazard, because he was doing a lot of IG related dioramas as well, like because he's a Warhammer kid. So like his dad I think is into scale models, but he's more into the 40K side of things, and so he's been doing a lot of stuff with that. And so that's been really fun to see at my local International Plastic Modeler Society club. It's one of the reasons I actually stuck around, is because I was like, oh, there's other people doing 40K stuff and it seems to be really appreciated and respected here. Let me bring my own. That sounds really cool. So like did that, been really inspired by him because he had this really cool terrain piece that had flashing lights, and it was a bunker. And it had a bunch of like guardsmen who had been injured, and like some of them were inside still doing it. Basically, it felt very World War I, and I really liked it. And I was like, that seems really cool. I want to be able to do stuff like that. And so that was where a lot of this spawned from. Oh yes, I should take a break. You're absolutely right. It is 3 o'clock. I will go ahead and do that. My paints have all dried. I'll continue working on these. I know it's been a little bit slow. We've been chatting a lot, but it's been fun. And I got to show off my robot arm, which I'm really excited about. So yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna probably pop downstairs, grab myself a little snack, maybe go check on my plants out in the garden. Not to acquire one for eating purposes, but just because I like going out there and staring at them because it makes me happy. And then I'll be back up and we'll continue painting. All right, see you guys in just a moment. Hello, chat. I have returned. Why do I feel like I'm suddenly way short in screen? Okay, sorry that took me a little while. However, I realized something while I was outside staring at my plants, making myself happy. I think I will finally be able to learn what the hell the vine plant that I've been growing for the last like 4 months is. You see, and I've told this story a number of times. Chaos Cultist will be very glad that he's not in the room because he's heard the story so many times. But when I was starting all of my flowering plants, like they're just flowers. That's what they're meant to do. They're meant to look pretty. They're meant to be flowers. I started my flowering plants. I had them all nice and organized. I had them all labeled. I was like, I'm gonna be smart about this. I'm gonna keep everything labeled. I'm gonna keep them in a single row, etc. I did keep them all, like all the seeds of the same plants together, but I completely borked up my labeling and they all shifted and I was like, I think I got them back in order, but I don't know if I actually got them back in order. It was a disaster. So all of my flowering plants, until they produce flowers, I don't really know what they are because all the seed packets that I have only show the flowers. They don't really show the leaves of the plants beyond that. And finally, since I started these plants in like May or April of this year, I think there's finally the first indication of a flower like bud on this goddamn vine plant. And I can't wait for it to blossom so that I can actually see what it is and actually determine whether or not it's columbine like I've had it labeled for like months. So I didn't know when that was gonna happen, what was gonna happen, etc. But it's finally happening. I'm so glad. It's great. Thank you for subscribing, C-Mark. Lovely to have you join us. Oh, that makes sense. Well, regardless, like, I just was hoping, I mean, the seeds told me they should flower. So I was expecting flowers and I hadn't seen flowers on any even indicator that it was going to flower. It was literally just vines for the longest time. But now there's a tiny pod that looks like it's gonna be a flower. Honestly, it kind of is the shape, while it's closed, of the flowers that my tomato plants produce, but it's definitely not that. More peppers, don't worry, stacking limits. I've got some peppers growing currently. There are more big Thai chili peppers that are turning red currently. They're not fully ripe though. And then I have some panada peppers that are at the almost completely yellow stage, but I need them to go red as well. I will probably do something more with that down the line for sure. I want to do some like cooking / baking / maybe pumpkin carving streams through this holiday season, going into Halloween and through basically American Thanksgiving and then Christmas. I clarified it because I think there's Canadian Thanksgiving and I don't think that's on the same day, and I won't be doing something for both likely, but just that's why I clarified it. But I haven't made full plans. I have made some plans with Shay to do some holiday related content, which I'm extremely excited for. And literally we finalized some details of some things yesterday. I ordered some stuff for that project and 2 of the things arrived already. And we're doing an activity based stream, basically like a holiday like party stream that is going to have some like party like games and activities for us to challenge each other for. And one of them is a inflatable Halloween themed limbo set. And oh my fucking God, I'm so excited. I'm gonna fucking be bad at it, but it's gonna be amazing. Man in a can, we are painting some lovely dwarves. Actually, let me go ahead and zoom back in. I zoomed out because I was showing off the robot arm that I've been programming and building, and that's been fun. But yeah, we're painting some dwarves right now. I've got this lady dwarf here who is supposed to loosely be based off of Sleepy from the 7 Dwarves. So I am painting her loosely in the Sleepy color tones based off of his palette in the Disney animated feature. Oh, It honestly, okay, here's the thing, Luke, you didn't hurt me. I want to be explicitly clear about that. While it was intense and I needed that milk extremely badly, the actual, like, I was expecting more pain post the consumption of the chili, but that didn't happen. So honestly, it was fine. Like, I would do it again. I would totally do it again. Because I kind of want to try the panada to compare and be like, which was worse, the Thai chili pepper or the panada pepper? I don't know. The panada peppers are bigger. I don't know if that means they're spicier. All right, let's get back to our girl here. I think I want to do a wash on her top. I think we're gonna use Seraphim Sepia for that. Or should I use a yellow? You know what, I want to try a yellow and see what that does. We can always tone it back down with a brown wash over top of it if I absolutely hate what it looks like. But I think it could be interesting. So yeah, Cassandra. Where in I'm assuming Cassandra, is that an old world Warhammer term, or is that a like 40k planet that I'm just not familiar with? Does CC have to bite a pepper also next time? You know what? I'll have to discuss that with him and see if he's willing to put his mouth on the line too. I need to like, what is going on? My nose is so tingly. Oh my God. Is that a helicopter? There's a helicopter, I think, outside. Painting Nagash would be fun for Halloween. Oh my gosh, no, totally. I do want to do a painting stream with Shay sometime soon. Why is there a helicopter out there? And I haven't decided like what we should paint. Why is my face just like twitching? Goodness. Sorry, like I don't know what happened there, but I think my allergies, I think something in the air right now where I'm living, I don't know if it's something blooming, something dying, or what, but something is fucking with my allergies, and it is just, my face has been on fire in regards to like allergy symptoms. God, my eyes are so itchy right now. Maybe the plants that are blooming in my garden are fucking with me. God, I hope not. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, I like the slightly warmer color this is making it. What was I saying before I got distracted by my like eyeballs itching really badly from my allergies? Oh right. So I do have a painting stream planned with Shay. So that'll be coming up. I haven't decided what we're painting yet entirely, but I do want it to be Halloween themed. I was thinking of, actually, let me grab them. I was thinking of having us both paint two of these really cute, like, you know the Mr. Bones character that Reaper Bones has as their mascot? I have two of the like big head versions of him from the same Wave 1 Bones white line that I bought from Kickstarter all those years ago when they did that first wave. Did I wash everything after the chili stream? I did. Yes, I did. And then, so I was thinking about having us paint these, and I was figuring I'd give her probably the girl one, and then I paint the boy one, unless she wants to paint the boy one. I mean, basically I'd give Shay the choice. Which one do you want to paint? And whatever one she didn't want to paint, I would paint. And that was sort of my idea, but I'm also like, I kind of also want to see her take on like, say, a Death Guard, for example, and that could be really fun. So I have to, we need to figure out what we're doing. Also like, but doing old world like Khemri would be very cool, or doing something with Nagash would be really cool. Like I probably wouldn't do Nagash with that painting stream with her, but just because I think she'd be, I would be intimidated as a new painter to paint something that large, especially when you start looking at how detailed his model is. And I don't want to make her feel overwhelmed, but who knows? Maybe a large model would be like, she'd be really into that. Kind of depends on what she wants to do. All right, do you like what that's done there? I want to grab my red wash now. Sorry, I keep ending up going off camera briefly because Cece's downstairs and I didn't prepare myself fully. All right, but let's get this red wash. Get a little bit of it on our brush and put this on her pants. Oh yeah, that's doing exactly what I wanted. No, it's definitely something outside that's activating my allergies because this basically every time I go outside right now recently, when I come back in, my nose is running and sniffly. So there's definitely something, there's some sort of allergen happening out there, which is annoying. Perfect. Okay, so she has a separate like corset-y bodice thing, like cinch there, which I think we should paint in the same leathers that we did before. I like that idea. But we needed the other color to dry first. Okay. Oh, also, okay, while she's drying, while those washes are drying, let me go back to my bearded friend with the keg. Because that area should now be dry enough that I can use Nasdrag again. No, fuck, was it Nasdrag? Yeah, it was Nasdrag. Where's it? There we go. You can use Nasdrag again to finish his outfit. Dark wood brown for the keg, or a light with a dark cork top. I was thinking more of the dark brown wood. Just because his outfit's so pale, I feel like the dark brown would stand out more. Maybe go with something with a little bit of a reddish tint. Okay. Let's see. Do I want to work on the keg next? I I think that would be safe to do. What is, oh, that's part of his cape. Silly me. There's like this little flowing piece of fabric, it seems. And I think that's part of his cape. Yeah, it totally is, okay. Okay. He'll probably have a bronze cup. Just because I don't know, that feels a bit more... It's either gonna be bronze or gold, but I feel like it needs to be a gold color tone because I just feel like that fits dwarves more specifically, just in my head. It's definitely gonna be doing a metal tankard for sure, yes. So yeah. Color should I do? Because like I think what I might do is I might do like something like this color for his cup because it just feels, but I could also be, I could also do this and then do this on the barrel because I imagine like wildwood, for example, like a really nice dark brown, do a little bit of dry brushing for not too dark, but like a slightly lighter tone of that color as a highlight for the grain, and then doing this as the bands around it would be cool. Pewter with brass bands would be good. On the mug, you mean? Like on his mug? Here, hold on. Let's get a good look. Cause he's actually got quite an ornate mug. Like it looks like there is a bushel of grapes actually on the front here. Okay, so you see that little like bundle of things on the front? That's not his hand because his hand is there. So there's his hand. This, what my finger's right next to, that's a little thing of grapes. So it's a pretty decorative mug actually. Which is kind of why I'm inclined to go with a gold. I just don't know if I should do like a really dark brassy gold, like this cursed gold color. I mean, I could do both. I could do the mug in this color and then maybe use this lighter gold on the grapes, or I could do a silver on the grapes. His hammer. Should the hammer and the mug be the same gold or brass color tone? That's the, let's answer that question. Okay, she has not fully dried yet. Top has, so while we're waiting on the decision on him, I'm gonna pop back over to her real quick. As a rogue, she would probably be wearing all leather, right? Like this should probably not be like a full metallic. Like the rivets could be metallic, but I feel like that portion should not be. Just gonna do a little cleanup on her while I figure some things out. That'd be good. Maybe do the dark gold with the maybe a silver. Hammer, brass, or bronze. So when we say brass, how brassy? Hold on, where is? Let's see. Like, are we wanting like a dark bronze? Probably too dark. Like, I think I'm gonna nix that right now, actually. Doom metal. Great color name. Or are you wanting more like, because brass is very orange. Like this is a brass. I think gold. Like I think a dark gold. Like maybe ancient gold. Like maybe I can make it older and darker. But like this could work. This is also gold. You see how much more like orange or like red really brass is? I think brass is too much. Yeah, I like the dark gold idea better too. I think I'm just gonna do that. All right. Alrighty. Do I want cursed gold or do I want to go with heirloom gold? I think I'm gonna do cursed gold on the cup, and I think I'm gonna do heirloom gold on his hammer. We're gonna do the hammer first. Try to save gold for important people. I always put washes on my golds to make them look a bit more bronze or a bit more brassy. And so like, I don't know. The brass, like to me is it's just so dark. It's just such a dark red color tone. And I just don't know if it works for what I want to do. No, I completely agree with you. I'm totally gonna go with which colors talk to me. All right, here's the idea. I'm gonna make his armor cuffs. Which color did I, wait, oh my God, what color did I literally just put? think I put, fuck, I don't know what gold I just put down. Guys. I think this is the one I want to use right now. I want to use the darker one. I have no idea if this is the color I actually put onto the palette. Oh no, it was. I remember because it shot out funny. I'm gonna just put a little bit more. Yeah, it totally is. Okay. Oh, God, that was scary. Sorry, I thought I was losing my mind. There we go. Oh, I don't mind if he copies it. I don't mind if you guys copy it. I'm also I am the opposite of a paint mixer. I almost never mix my paints together. Like, unless I am adding white and or black to something to either lighten or shadow it in some way, like to tint or shadow it some way, I very rarely mix paints together. I will mix them together in the sense that I will layer them over time using different techniques on the model itself, but like I don't actually mix things on the palette very often. Which might be weird, but I don't know, I just don't do it. It's why I've never been the biggest like fan or user of wet palettes, because I feel like wet palettes really benefit people who mix their paints a lot and want to keep that color around because they don't use it all up or complete their project in one sitting. And I'm not that kind of painter. So it's never like, I've never really felt the full benefit of a wet palette for that reason. Okay, we're starting to look good. Okay, I'm gonna nice point back on this brush. One of those weird ones that likes to bulge in the center, aren't you? All right, we get a little bit more paint on our bristles. Okay. And now, carefully, I think I'm gonna switch to a smaller brush actually, because this one's like splitting in weird ways and I don't approve. That makes sense. That makes sense, Luke. If you are, Luke, if you're in the Discord, which you should have access to now as a YouTube member, I would love to see your corn army. Like, whatever you want to show off, I would love to see it. I'm so curious because of how often you talk about it. I bet it looks amazing. Which, by the way, I just want to let everybody know, I have made it so that YouTube members now get access to the Hobby Night Discord, which used to be exclusive to Patreon because I didn't know how to connect the two. But now I do, and so they are connected. So if you are a YouTube member, or you just really don't like Patreon, but you still want to support the channel and get access to the Hobby Night Discord, which is a private, members-only Discord, then that is one of the ways that you can do it, and I'm really glad we got that set up. Your chosen are 6 shades of white and 4 shades of blue. Nice. Blue is not a color that I associate super heavily with corn. But isn't that what, so the World Eaters, isn't that their OG color was like, was it white and blue? Am I like misremembering that? You'd be afraid you'd use too much paint to get the color that you were trying to go for? Oh, you mean like if you were mixing paint colors? I mean, that can happen, because if you're being really, really exacting of like, God, there's like this, just like this perfect shade of blue or something that I need, and you're trying to mix it together, I definitely could see that being a problem, but like, okay, I wouldn't let that hold yourself back, because there's a lot of benefits to mixing paints, including not needing to buy as many paints. So for example, if you're really wanting to be, like if you're getting started and you're not sure miniature painting or just painting in general, regardless of whether or not you're painting on a canvas, a miniature, some other figure, whatever, if you're not sure you're gonna enjoy it and you wanna still invest some money into it because you wanna buy some colors, but you don't want to buy like a massive, huge set that comes with like 36 colors or something in it, or even a larger sum, like 100 colors or something, like a mega set, like here's a complete set of paints. Oftentimes you can get sets that have like only 3 or 4 colors in them, which I find hit or miss, but can be beneficial, especially if you were working with standard opaque acrylics. Mixing paints when you're trying to mix like contrast colors is a whole nother like beast than mixing an acrylic paint. I also think it gets muddier faster doing that. But that being said, I have definitely in my past, like going through college and stuff, when I was doing like color theory classes where I was having to mix a particular shade and the professor wanted to be like pretty exacting, or like I just needed it to look a different way, and so I just kept having to add black and white, black and white, black and white to these various like tones, and then adding the normal color back in, and then trying to add some other colors to like get a little bit of a tint going, and it just, oh God, I hated it. I definitely completely overused some paint and ended up with massive quantities I didn't need for the project that I was working on. So that's definitely a valid thing, but I wouldn't let that fear hold you back from attempting it, especially if you only want to get like white, black, red, yellow, and blue. Because then with that, you can make orange, green, purple, pink, any tints and shades in between all those colors, brown, etc. Like you could make all of those colors with just those 5. It is time consuming and it does require patience. And yes, you are likely, unless you just really naturally understand ratios of what color to what what amount of one color mixed with another color that you need to make like the perfect color that you're actually wanting to get, then I don't really recommend it exactly, but it is a good way to save money when you're getting started, especially if you don't want to invest a lot in it. No, it's not above your level or anything. It's not above your level at all. What I'm saying is that, okay, it is a different type of mixing of paints, because when you are using normal acrylics, and these are not good colors to necessarily use because they're here's like a red. So like here's a normal opaque standard acrylic. You could buy this at a art supply store from a big brand like Winsor Newton or Golden or whomever, and get a similar color, right? Like just a red opaque color tone. You can add black and white to this paint of the same. You can add an opaque. Okay, so you can add an opaque white or an opaque black to this red to make it tint either lighter or darker to get other variations of this color. There is no equivalent, especially to white, but even to, like, there's an equivalent to black. There is no equivalent of white in contrast colors that I have seen or experimented with where you can mix it to actually lighten in a non-foggy aesthetic contrast colors. Like, you cannot lighten them in any way. You could probably darken them by adding, like, frankly, either Black Templar or probably more likely, what's the other black? What's Black Legion? Black Templar, what is the other black? What's the more opaque black? Black Legion. So you could maybe add Black Legion to a color to tint it down to a darker color tone, but you could not add Apothecary White to a red and not end up with a little bit of a purple, because Apothecary White has a blue tint to it. There is no neutral flat white color tone you can add to contrast colors that isn't just going with a standard opaque color anyways. Like, and I do this all the time. Let me be very clear. Hobby Night stamp of approval of doing this. Mixing opaque whites with contrast colors, great way to tint those contrast colors and make them a little less transparent. It does take some patience with doing that, because the contrast color medium with the opaque white don't always want to play nice and like mix super cleanly. So it does take some time, but it's not above your skill level, Havman, at all. And I don't think it's above anybody in this chat's skill level to do. It is just there is a different technique and thought process to go into mixing your contrast colors, in my opinion, over mixing standard opaque acrylics. This, to me, is a straightforward color mixing that normal, standard, run-of-the-mill color theory classes or like discussions online would cover and be applicable. I think that getting the same effects out of contrast colors with just mixing with other contrast colors is not possible, but that's just me. You're planning on customizing a Minotaur and Bloodthirster to create a demon prince? Oh, that sounds awesome, Craig. I love that idea. Yeah, no, I mean, like, and let me be clear, I don't want to discourage you from trying to mix contrast colors. Please experiment with it. Just know that I think the approach, and maybe this is just me being like a snooty art kid, and I apologize for that. Like it could and genuinely be that, but it's just from my perspective, I think that the thought process to mixing normal acrylic paints versus mixing contrast colors, I have to think about it a little bit differently when I do it. And I imagine that subconsciously, that probably is true for a lot of people, even if they don't necessarily know how to properly vocalize it, or like put it into words that they are thinking about it differently. Like they may just be like, well, it's just a little bit of a different process, but they may not like be able to vocalize exactly how it's a different process. I'm trying to do that in the best way that I can, but I definitely think that you should paint however you want to. In no way should you ever feel discouraged to try something if you think it might work for what you're wanting to do, or if you're just wanting to experiment for the sake of experimentation to see what the medium is capable of doing. That is great, that is fantastic, and that should be encouraged, and I encourage it. But I just think that knowing my word vomit there that occurred about this whole subject, I think stemmed from the fact that I know that Havman specifically, who was the one who asked the question, has not painted miniatures ever in his life, and despite having some, still has yet to get started on them, and that's totally fine. I do encourage you to assemble them, maybe. At least try to assemble them. Because that doesn't require you to paint them. You have to still, and that's still a step you have to do before you paint them. So I want to see them built. I want you to see you build them, and I want to see you post about it on the Discord. That would make my holiday. If you ended up like just building the miniatures, that would be sick. I'm trying to give you a little bit of subtle encouragement here. Because I want to see more people make art. And I think it'd be really cool as somebody who's never done it before to see how your approach is. And if you have any questions, now you have a really, really great, easy way to ask them with pictures. It's great. But yeah, so like that's the thing is like, I definitely don't think anybody should feel discouraged in trying to mix and blend on a palette their contrast colors to produce colors that contrast has not done for you, and then use that on your miniature. I just personally have not found that to be the most like the best way to mix my contrast colors. Because they are so transparent, I almost mix them by layering them over top of each other. And that's how I've tended to do it, just because it feels a bit more natural. But that's just me. He is, oh my gosh, you're right. He is building up his pile of shame already. No, we need him to don't build up a pile of shame, Hackman. I mean, you can still have the pile of shame. You can just have it in a built form. I'll accept that. It can still be your pile of shame. It's unpainted. And that is so shameful, as we all know. But like, build it, my man, build it. Yes, submit to the Grey Hordes. Assemble the models and then never paint them. Be one of us. I have so many assembled models. I'm not even gonna show you this tray of like half painted, mostly still in gray models, okay? That just is sitting here doing nothing. We all have them. Get them assembled, let them sit as a gray pile. And of course, that encouragement comes after your like work stuff slows down for you. I know you've had like a really busy couple of weeks, if not a month worth of work stuff. So I totally get that. No rush or anything. Just my way of encouraging. And that goes for anybody else who is a member, by the way, on either Patreon or YouTube, because you all now get access to the Discord. Any projects that you have been putting off or withholding, even if it's just you building it, I want to see it. Post it on the Discord. I love seeing that stuff. It makes my day. I was actually chatting with people just before stream about some things, and that was really fun. So do it. Oh, fuck, I just got gold on the green. No, my do it was too extreme. Okay, I think we cleaned it up. Disaster averted. All right, that looks pretty good. That looks even better. I did end up getting a little bit of gold on the cloak when I didn't want to, so I'm gonna see if I can cover it with just raw contrast color and sort of hide. There we go. A little bit of a deeper shadow there. Hello.
Greetings.
What color am I going to be doing his gloves in? So I'm actually, I don't think he has gloves on, but he has cuffs. So the cuffs are going to be in the same gold that I'm doing the hammer in. His hands are going to be painted as a dwarven flesh, because I think they're just raw hands. At least that's how I'm viewing it. What time is it? Oh, it's 4:11. Not quite 4:20 blaze. Didn't like what was happening there. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. Okay. Speaking of his wrist bracers, let's go ahead and paint them. I feel like I see the grooves of his fingers too well, or like his knuckles too well, or I guess the tendons of his like hand for it to look like a glove to me. Either that or this bro has like the tightest mother trucking gloves on the planet. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Let's get the front a little bit more. There we go. Other side. Perfect. All right, I think that side's good. Let's do his arm that's resting on the keg. It's a bracer. That makes sense. You have two bracers made out of tungsten steel? How heavy is that then? Because I thought tungsten would, like, by itself was pretty heavy. Like cubert. Tungsten cube. Allows the hand while protecting the forearm. That makes sense. Speaking of piles of shame, mine is starting to grow in leaps and bounds. Gonna be adding almost 30 mechs to the pile here soon. Hey, that's awesome. You buying some new battle tech? Are those the mechs that are being added? We need to check and see if that battle tech Gothic is out yet. Cause, oh boy. I still don't know how I quite feel about it. I kind of assumed it had a preview at Gen Con, was my assumption. They're about 1 kilo each? Dang, that feels heavy. Or that sounds heavy. But I'm also bad at conversions. How much is 1 kilo in a pound? Like a imperial pound. I'm an American and I don't know kilos. £15? Oh my God. So you put 15 pounds on each like wrist? That's crazy. Oh, Havman, thank you so much for the $5 donation. You appreciate so very much all the time you and CC take to answer your little questions and give advice, encouragement towards you. You both are the best. Well, it's our pleasure, Havman. Thank you so much for being a supporter of the channel and helping keep us going. So it means a lot to us. Always happy to answer your questions. Keep them coming. Absolutely keep them coming. And yes, I still would love to see you post, even if it's just one. You built one guy of the set. You like opened it up, you got your nippers out, and you were like, clip, 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 glue, 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 glue. Oh my gosh, he's on a base. That would like make my day. I'd be like, I did it. I have watched one person go from never painting or building anything to at least building something. I mean, I've seen plenty of people do that, but like, and adding another one to the list would not hurt. Especially one who's been really active in my chat and does ask questions. I can see the results of those questions. How cool would that be? 1 kilo is 2.2 pounds? Oh, okay, okay. So not quite as heavy, but still, 2.2 pounds on each wrist? Like, that's gotta be a nice workout. You could do some like lifting, be like doing a little bit of this action. A little bit of this action, you know, just with your wrists, with the way. Is that what Piccolo's doing, but even heavier? Is that where the concept comes from? Probably, actually. I'm so dumb. I should have known that. Of course that's where the concept comes from. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do, we have this beautiful giant shoulder piece. I think the edge of it will be in this gold, and the barley. When barley is harvested to make beer, it's golden, right? Like it's green when it's fresh and not ripe yet, and then it gets gold color toned as it ripens. It doesn't sound light. Hey, that's awesome. That's all I can ask for. That's all I can ask for. He's going for the Goku regiment. You're totally right. Your main armor is 100 pounds? Oh my god, I would die. I'd just be like, I give up. Let the enemy take me. Harvested barley is kind of golden in color. Can I do that hand dance again? I don't know what hand dance I did now. Hold on, let me go back and, hold on, let me pull up the stream and I'll go backwards because I don't remember. I'll have to look at that later. Okay, what am I looking up? Oh, the hand dance. So I got really distracted. I saw a text message in my group chat with Shay and everybody, and I was like, what? What's that? All right, here's my stream. There I am looking at my phone like such a pro. Okay, there's me talking about paints. Okay, hand dance. What hand dance did I do? Was it just me with my arms up? I don't know. I'm waiting for it to happen. Okay, here I'm doing something with my hands. I'm back painting. I saw myself like kind of do like this and then a flap. Is that what it was? I don't know. That's the only hand dance really type thing I saw myself do. Oh, I also was doing this for the gauntlets. So maybe it was one of those two. There you go. Hopefully Luke, I hope I managed to do the dance that you were talking about again. All right, back to painting. Gosh, how very distracting of you. It's like I'm on an OF stream. Sometimes the cuffs moves are better than pre-planned. Hey man, I get it. It makes sense. There we go. Yeah, I'm liking this color for this. And it's gonna look a little bit more bronzy once I put a wash on it too. So I think we'll all be pretty pleased with it. Okay, that's going well. Let's get a bit more paint on the brush, a little bit more water in the brush. So our paint flows better. Sometimes when you do the base, the colors will pop. Oh yeah, absolutely. I just get this camera fixed for y'all. I literally watched it go out. Like the light in my victim's eyes. No, wait, I put the light back into their eyes because I'm adding color to them. Sometimes even white little dots. Mostly black little dots for their pupils, but you know. An indicator of there being a soul in there. That way they can come to life and perform fun warlike activities, because I always imagine that in painters, like cabinets full of painted miniatures and stuff like that, it's the same, much like in the Toy Story movies where your toys come to life, that your miniatures come to life, especially once you've applied paint to them. And God, that must be horrifying for them. Because I just like, especially if we have a bunch of 40K miniatures or really any wargaming miniature, those poor souls being trapped in a glass case with their enemy. God, it must be terrifying. There we go. All right, love that. Pretty happy with that. All right, I'm gonna paint the inside. Now, I kind of want to paint it green, like his the under color of his cloak, because that would be the other color like the Bailey would start, or the barley would start as. How do we feel about that, chat? Do we think I should paint it green, or do we think I should just do it all metallic and do like a silver down there? Should I just go with a brown? Basically, we're talking about like the barley, there's a little, here, let me zoom in and let you guys see. Let me zoom in and absolutely not let you see. There we go. Okay, so you see there's that little piece of barley or like wheat or whatever on his shoulder. The background, should it be painted and be a color? Or should it be a metallic? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm debating right now. while I debate that, I at least know that I want I think I want the cup to be, alright, these are gonna be really similar. I think we're gonna do, no, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it. Aw, well, thank you. If she's in chat, Shay, thank you. And if she's not in chat, whoever she is, tell her I say thank you. Because that's very sweet of her. You would say it's silver or steel, so armor. That's how I'm sort of feeling, actually, like the more that I think about it. I know like sometimes it's fun to do like painted colors on metallics. But I don't know, maybe he's already got so much color going and I don't want to make him like overtly cartoony. This is nice and gaudy gold. I love it. Very shiny. You know, you also make a point of like, he's a dwarf, he's wearing a shoulder guard. Is a dwarf. They really like metal because they mine it a lot. So I think metal is where we should go. I think you guys are right about that. So we'll do it in a silver. We'll do it in the same platinum, whatever light color metallic that we decide to do on this cup for the grapes and the vines. I think that would be fun. And that's what I'm gonna do. Hello, Daniel. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day so far. All right. God, it is so... Like, the pieces of mica in this paint are just huge. They're so visible. Because I think that's how that works. Is the glittery bits are like bits of mica that we're seeing. You're having a wonderful day? Well, I'm glad to hear that, Daniel. Hey, Kojo. It's lovely to see you. Oh, it's the, okay, never mind, I can't tell what it is. I was like, there's something dividing his cup, and I can't tell what it is, and it's not dividing his cup, actually. It is part of his cup, it's the handle. It's just very chunk. So they have it extend all the way to his gauntlet, or his shoulder piece. Pauldron? Pauldron. I know the word for the shoulder armor. What am I talking about? Be an idiot, Angela. Okay. I'm now not sure if the grape is actually supposed to be real grapes hanging out of his cup, or I think it might be real grapes hanging out of his cup. Because it goes into his cup. If it was decorative, it wouldn't like go into his cup, right? They're probably real grapes. So I'll do the filigree then in a silver still. But I think the grapes might need to be painted actually grape. And by grape, I mean purple. And by purple, I mean more of like a reddish purple, because real grapes aren't actually like purple. They're either green grapes or red grapes. I'm sure there's other types of grapes. I am not a vineyard owner and therefore know nothing about anything regarding grapes. Other than that, people like them. I've been told. Oh, well, Stephen, I'm so glad that you have recently discovered the content and that you're loving it. Thank you for letting me know. I actually really appreciate hearing that kind of thing, because it lets me know that I'm doing something right to both encourage new viewers as well as keep my old viewers. So genuinely, thank you for letting me know. What has been your favorite thing so far? I'm very curious. There are real purple grapes? Are there? I feel like there's red grapes and then green grapes. At least that's what I see in like the store normally on a regular basis. Maybe there are real purple grapes that I just haven't seen, and they're more like used in, I almost said the word vineyard, but that's not correct, because that's just, no, vineyard is correct. That's where you grow wine or make wine. Words. What is my brain doing? I don't actually know anymore. But yeah, so maybe that's what it is. Okay, I do want to go with like a more silvery silver. Ooh, platinum. Platinum crown it is. Excellent choice, chat. Okay. Excellent. I love how this is looking. Oh, I have seen those at my farmer's market. I didn't realize there were grapes that looked that similar to blueberries. It was really kind of disturbing, actually. I was like, what the fuck? Hello.
Hello. Almost done with the 7?
Absolutely not. What are you talking about? I am.
Had 4 hours.
I have been diligently painting 2 of them. I got really into building lore around them, and it was fun. And
It's gonna be bad when it's not the lore I have in mind for them.
That's fine. I'm more just with their color scheme. I spent time contemplating their color schemes. Really, mostly this guy's. Chat would probably tell you that we've spent maybe too much time on this. Okay, that's looking good. Let's do Oh, can you, I actually need you to look at his cup. Would you say that those grapes are a decorative element of his cup, or they are literally grapes hanging out of a like thing of alcohol? Because they go.
It's foam coming out of a beer cup.
Oh, it's foam.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay.
That's the head.
Got it. Okay. Noted. Okay, so we'll paint it as foam then. Not grapes at all. That would make more sense. I did kind of think it was weird that a dwarf had like wine. Not that dwarves won't drink wine, but it feels like a very, God, if we have to kind of thing, as opposed to like, I'm gonna carry this around with me and pull it out of this keg. All I'm doing to kind of paint the filigree sort of loosely is I'm using my brush to very softly, like with the most lightest of touches, catch that raised edge of the filigree. Like it's not super clean. I definitely have like gotten in where there should be gold, but it's not gonna be that noticeable, especially with a wash finally over it. But it does give the impression of the two tones there, which I think does add to the cup's look. And I'm kind of just doing the same thing on the decorative bottom. And I'll probably do it on the top too, because I think it has the same ridge. Ooh. There. And there's like a little thing on top, so we'll do that. I like it. Oh, this is not Warhammer, so we don't have to worry about slayers or anything. This isn't an idea in that kind of world. So he can have a lovely ginger beard.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Unless you want it to be something else. Okay.
They are a group of dwarven adventurers, brought together by other circumstances than you all.
My goodness. We're not important in their adventure.
I mean, you will be.
Oh, my goodness. Terrifying. Alright, let's paint the wheat in the same gold color as before. Now that we've painted its backdrop in the platinum color. Oh God. Clean brush. Damn it. Felix would be proud. Excellent. Why are we making Felix proud? If it's not Warhammer, what is it? It's Dungeons and Dragons. In the homebrew campaign I'm playing in. Okay, I think I salvaged it. And there. One other place that I want to make sure I get this color on because I'm not sure if I did it before. Right here. And on this bit because it doesn't quite look right to me. There we go. Oh. And I just realized that this platinum color also needs to be that little groove. There we go, fixed it. And while I've got this, let's do a little cleanup around the gold. Just because I had that fucking overflow. So annoying, so annoying. Yeah, it's for D&D. Almost done with the touch-up. Okay, I think that looks good. Pretty happy with that. I believe I can fly. No, I actually don't. But I do believe I want to wash all the metallics I just painted, even though I haven't. Just leave it. Don't do anything. I'm gonna wash them using Nuln Oil. Well, I can't ask him that right now, Luke. He's downstairs. But to answer your question, Gotrex and Felix are the Slayer and Elf pair. I don't remember exactly what Felix the Elf, like, role-wise is. I think he's like a ranger-esque type character, but I don't actually know if that's accurate. But I know Gotrek is definitely a slayer, and basically Felix and him end up being paired up together, and Gotrek is on a quest to essentially die, as all slayers are, and Felix is, I think, of like chronicling his journey. I don't know why though. That's my understanding of it, but I know who the characters are. There's like dozens of books written about them. I just haven't read too many of them myself. All right, let's go ahead and get this wash on first the weapon. First on his, and my, it's not an axe. I keep wanting to say axe, but it's, oh my God, did I not paint that? It's fine. My axe. But it's more like my hammer. My war hammer. Oh, he was sent specifically from the Empire? Interesting, I hadn't realized. Yeah, like I knew he was there like chronicling his death under some capacity. I didn't know like if it was like, wow, you're fascinating, I'm gonna totally chronicle this, or if it was meant to be chronicled intentionally. And then from my understanding in Age of Sigmar, Gotrek survives and makes it over. I don't know if he is a Sigmarine or if he's like alive, but I think Felix is dead, right? Like Felix didn't pass over. Oh, he was a half elf. Oh, I always thought he was a full elf. That would explain why he's from the Empire. I mean, not exactly. I could see the Empire being extremely racist towards like half elves, but I'm going to assume in this case, not so much. Just decided to do the wash on everything I've painted so far, because frankly, it is adding a little bit more depth to some of my cloth, which I really like. And also blending in some of my slightly sloppier edges. One last paint question. Do you know if acrylic paint pens would be good to try on your mom's ceramic cow? I have these pens my sister used to paint some models before they were put in the kiln. So they would be fine. Are you planning on firing your cow? Like, are you planning on putting it in a kiln, or are you just wanting to paint it and be done with it? Because if you're painting it and being done with it, yes, I think you could do that. But they're like those types of paints often are not the same color once, like after they're off. Okay, how do I explain this? My words are stumbling. I understand how I can explain this. The color that they are when they come out of the bottle is not going to be the same as after it is fired, because there is a chemical change that occurs. And so like you might have a paint that is like vibrant red, but when you put it on your pottery, it is a pink. But once it's been heated, there's a chemical reaction, and that glaze, that color, that red is gonna come out. So yes, you can, but know that you may not get the same results as your sister did after her firing as you would if you're not planning on also throwing the cow in the kiln. Now, if it's a ceramic cow that you can put in the kiln, then absolutely do that, because it'll look probably way better than even doing just normal acrylics, because it'll have this like, the fired effect, like if you actually can kiln fire it, is a really cool effect, and I would highly encourage you to do that. But if it is not kilnable, like if you think it would be unsafe to put it into it or it would wreck it, then I would say probably not. I mean, paint pens absolutely would work fine on the cow. And in fact, you could buy normal opaque acrylic paint pens and use that on the cow if you felt more comfortable doing that than with a brush. I know that oftentimes I've met plenty of people who are way more comfortable using a pen to do art than they are like a paintbrush, even if they're literally still using paint through both. And the same kind of paint through both. So absolutely, if you want to get yourself paint pens in order to paint it, by all means do so. But if you can't fire it, then I wouldn't recommend using the kiln fireable markers on it, because you're not gonna, the colors are gonna be probably a really pastel and potentially very similar in coloring. Like I have definitely done some like pottery work where I've painted like a vase or something like that, and like certain colors were almost identical to each other pre-firing. And then, but once they were fired, they were actually the colors that, you know, the display showed, but they didn't look that way prior to it. Okay, got a little too much pooling on this side. I hope that answered the question. I guess also, the one thing I will say, thank you, Daniel, for your question, Havman, is can you? Yes. Should you? That's the better question. And when it comes to art, can you? Yeah, absolutely you can. Is it gonna work well? Is it gonna behave the way that you expect it to? That's more the question you wanna ask yourself when it comes to an art medium, I think, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, if you don't plan on firing it, don't use them. If you're planning on putting it in a kiln, like taking it somewhere to get it kiln fired, absolutely. And in fact, like that would be, if the cow is a ceramic cow that could be kiln fired, barring it being like absurdly expensive or outside your budget, I would almost say do that, because I just think it'd be more fun. It also feels more appropriate to what the cow is, like the material the cow is made out of. Like you can absolutely paint ceramic, don't get me wrong. You 100% can paint ceramic, and people do all of the time. So it's not to say that you can't, but like in my opinion, when I look at pottery or something that's made of ceramic, I think of the kiln fire paints rather than like painting it in the standard acrylic, because it just feels more, I don't know, it just feels cooler. It just feels more appropriate to the medium. And so that's just my opinion. I would go with the kiln firing. Like, I would use those pens, I would do your design and take it somewhere to get it kiln fired. Like, I don't know how much that costs, but I would look into it at least, because I think it'd be neat. Your sister has a kiln for her glass work? Well, if she can get it to the appropriate temperatures to be able to fire the cow, then definitely. Oh, well, I'm very glad. You're very welcome. Okay, our pooling is down. We do still have a little bit. On here, let me see if I can clean that up a bit more. A little bit more shadow into the design on the actual pauldron. Make those edges stand out. Maybe even do a little bit more. There. Okay, I feel pretty good about that. Let me see if I can kind of spread that around, soften that shadow a little bit. Yes. Excelente. And then just to add a little bit more variety to this hammer, I'm going to do a double wash on the handle, darkening it a smidge. There. I mean, that's kind of what I like about it, is like, it's not, it's kind of a one and done thing. You can't really fix it, I guess, if you dislike the results other than buying a new cow and redoing. But I kind of like that element of it. But I like that part of art. Like, that's part of what gets me excited about creating art, is the potential of failure. And overcoming that. Okay, I feel pretty good about where he's at. I'm going to, it's 5. Well, okay, let's look at the ones that I got some work done on. So I actually am very happy with how his outfits turned out. I'm gonna do, like, I feel like I wanna do a full, like, orange beard, but like gray hair back here. I don't know why. I just feel like maybe gray at the ends, or gray at the roots, but then like orange at the ends or something. I don't know. But he's looking really good. And then we also got a little bit of work done on Sleepy here with her outfit. So I'm pretty happy with those. But at this point, I have a few errands to run and dinner to grab. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll be back probably working on them a little bit more tomorrow. So if you guys have been enjoying the miniature painting from me this week, don't worry. Gray in the back. Bald and gray in the back. I mean, I kind of do like the idea, right? I mean, in that case, Halfman, my recommendation would be to get a completely separate cow that is as similar as possible, that's still ceramic, and practice on that first. Because if it's that sentimental to you, like if it holds that kind of sentimental value to you, then you will never do anything with it, I think, unless you are like 100% confident in what you're doing. And since this is not something that you have done before, if you don't practice on something else, I just don't think you're gonna ever do anything with it. And I don't think that's true. Like, that's not me trying to be like mean or cruel or anything like that. I just think it's being realistic. I know I would be that way. Like if I had something, if I had a something from my mother who had passed away and like it meant a lot and I've had it through like my childhood and that kind of thing, but I wanted to like do something more with it, I also would be very afraid to even get started because I wouldn't want to ruin that thing and potentially have that impact my memories of the one I lost. So I just feel like from like, I tried to think about that as I was saying what I was saying. You know what I mean? So like I would recommend, if it is that sentimental to you, get something else to practice on first. Like even, my recommendation would be to get another cow so that you can literally practice on that shape and build your confidence to do something with the one that is more sentimental to you. The other thing that you could do is you could just start having a small collection of cows to go with the sentimental cow and do nothing with the sentimental cow because that's how it was when you were with your mom. That's not anything wrong either. So you could get yourself a new one, do something with that to honor your mother and place it with the one that was from your time with your mother. Like that might be a better way for you to do the thing that you're wanting to, I think, with this figure, because I know you talked about it a lot. And maybe that's the better way to approach it. That way you don't have to worry yourself about messing with the one that your mom knew. And down the line, once you've maybe built some of your miniatures, got a little bit of more creativity under your belt and stuff, where you might feel a bit more comfortable approaching that project, that one that means that much to you, then maybe that's the time to do it. But in the meantime, like, yeah, get another one. Like, surely there's got to be a way to pick up an inexpensive ceramic cow that you could practice with, to like add to your collection, and you know, honor your mom that way. I think that would be lovely. Okay. Great as temples. Craig, I like that idea. I think that's a good idea. Sean, good night. Thank you so much for popping by. It's lovely to see you in chat. Always lovely to see you in chat. But yeah, I think that's been good. I think we got some good work done on our dwarves. I'll be back with them tomorrow. I may even have more work. I might work on them more tonight or tomorrow morning. Actually, tomorrow morning, I'm probably going to start on the Kurogane. I want to get started on that build and everything. I'm going to look at my plan is to look at the instructions this evening and see what steps I'm going to have to be going through so that I can prepare myself mentally for like what I have to build, since it'll be 2 models. But I'm really looking forward to that, and I want to get started filming that. So that's probably what I'm going to do tomorrow morning. However, I may end up working on these guys a little bit more tonight. If not, they'll be right where we left them, and we'll continue them tomorrow on stream. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I always appreciate it. To everybody who, I think it was Luke and Haven both ended up doing some gifted subs gifted members. I always say subs. It's not, it's gifted subs. Gifted members. Or donations today, and I just want to say extra thank you to both of you and to anybody else who donated or became a member today. I think I got everybody though. I think I saw everybody, and yeah, this was awesome. I'm just rambling at this point, probably because I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go and get food and then run my errands. All right, bye everybody. It was lovely to chat with you all today. See you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Have a great hobby night. Bye.